Small.
Yeah.
Cheyenne?
How much you often do?
Yeah.
Just give me some. So I really want that.
Yeah, very last.
Good.
The count is
Okay.
3 and 2.
Gotta get serious.
You wanna do it when I turn this on? Okay, I'll turn it on now.
It says welcome.
You all set, Veronica? Whatever you got to do.
Good evening, Lynn Rose. There you go.
Her hand in there recording.
After the election, I said something to her and she said, "Is that your official statement?" I'm like, "No, turn it on."
Hey, you gotta sign.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going to make sure I'm out.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, 5:30 PM. And we'd like to start, if we could, and ask that Owen McKnight to say an invocation for us, please.
Please join me in prayer. Most gracious and holy God, we give you thanks for the opportunity to gather together today. We thank you for the blessing of rain. But we also thank you for the blessing of our city council members and all those who are gathered here to do good work for our community and for your people. God, I pray your blessing on our meeting, on our conversations, any debate, any information. Lord, we pray everything that we would share and do in this meeting would be glorifying and honoring of you. We pray these things in the name of the risen Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Pledge of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pledge to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Roll call of the council. Councilmember Mann,
Present.
Councilmember Schultz,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Conrad,
President?
Councilmember Freeze,
Present.
Councilmember Rooney.
Present.
They're all present. Thank you. Do we have any citizen comments? Just, okay. All right, no citizen comments. Nobody had anything to say. All right. The number one is canceled for tonight. I guess we'll do that next meeting possibly.
Right.
All right. So we're going to now go into the Lane building, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. You bet, City Council. Brian Gaffin, architect, been working with the city leaders here for several months to develop this plan set that I'm going to show you. So what you're going to look at on this presentation tonight is an action that was derived out of the last City Council where you approved the pretty pictures and said proceed with construction documents. And so what you're going to see tonight are the construction documents associated with the Lane building. And this is kind of the technical boring drawings that tell the contractor and his subcontractor or her subcontractors how to actually construct this building. So you'll see the first sheet is basically just a reference sheet on where we are, what it kind of looks like, index of sheets, etc., building codes that we fall under. Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations, they have every expectation of us, and we do as well, to comply with handicap accessibility requirements. You hear them called ADA on the national level. TDLR is the one that handles them on the state level. We have a drawing that actually indicates our openings and how to actually comply with the handicap accessibility ingress and egress points. We also have a life safety plan, which is a document that begins to talk about the code, the occupancies, the distance to an exit, and is that exit large enough for us to get people out of? So life safety plan is something that most municipalities ask for nowadays on commercial structures. So we provided that document. Attached is on the left-hand side of that page is the official survey that was given to us by a survey group by the name of Brooks Baker Surveyors. It was a topography survey, showed us our meets and bounds, limitations. Then on the right-hand side is our site plan that shows the building, shows the two-way drive that kind of goes through the parking lot on the north side, and then the number of parking spaces that would be laid out on that northern empty piece of property that the city owns adjacent to that. You can see highlighted on the south side, the main structure is highlighted, obviously the large one, and then there is a smaller structure that is highlighted off to the southeast, and that is a storage building structure that we designed for the city of Glen Rose to put up there as well. Then we go into the structural drawings, so technical information by our professional structural engineer, Will Herbert, and Will came out, visited the site along with myself and one of his staff members, and then one of my staff members. We walked the building to make sure that everybody understood what it was that our challenges were, and make sure that they coordinated the efforts that we did architecturally from a structural standpoint. And we made it very clean. We made it so that the existing structure could be exposed as much as possible to show off the historic elements of that structure. These two drawings have to do with the foundation or the spread footings that are associated with the foundation. This is a spread footing with a column in the center of it. These are pipe columns. There's pipe columns along this run and along this run that support the walls and the structure up above. Since we didn't have, we didn't want to count on these walls because the foundation that is in there, the concrete that is poured in there, is going to be at varying thicknesses, and it's not going to be, we're not going to be able to calculate the bearing capacity of that. So that's why we're asking for there just to be saw cut footings in there in those areas. If I'm getting into too much detail,
Can
Troy.
we stop you right
Sure,
there?
absolutely.
Okay, so you said saw cut, and then are they, what is exposed and what's the wrap look like if they're exposed?
There's a pipe column,
Pipe column.
square tube pipe columns, 6x6. So all you see, you don't see anything in the ground. We're gonna go in there, we're gonna saw cut it's a 4 foot by 4 foot spread footing. We're gonna dig down to something that's substantial. He calls that out. We dig down to something that's substantial. We pour concrete, put a weld plate in there, and then we put a 6x6 column up there to support the structure. So we can count on that. The next drawing, the one on the right hand side, you'll see rooftop AC units is the way that this building will be. There's 4 rooftop units that feed this, 2 in the big open conference area or convention area, and then 2 in the administrative area. Those rooftop units, we go back up to this drawing, you can see that we've doubled up our roof rafters there in order to support the weight of those units. Those are technical details associated with the weld plates that are going to be exposed on the beams that come across and support these elements, the glulam beams in this primary area right here. Just general notes, structural notes, boring. I'm going the wrong direction. Sorry, my computer goes backwards. This one goes forwards. So let me get back on track. Okay, so that is the last structural sheet, is this one that shows the details. And then we get into the architectural drawings, which begins on this page. We started out with a demolition plan on the left-hand side and then finished up with a proposed floor plan layout where you can tell that we densely populated the northern area of this building and left the southern area of the building as open as possible with one pipe column in the center of that structure, the other pipe columns around the perimeter. So we tried to leave that as open of structure as possible, still supporting the existing structures above. The primary entrance in the facility, I think we went over this last time, but is on this west side of the building along Bernard Street. Sorry. This is on the right-hand side, this is a reflected ceiling plan that you're seeing there. And on the left-hand side is a roof plan. Roof plan is, the roof is effectively thermal polyolefin membrane. It's a plastic adhesive that is pliable. It's set on the top of 6 inches of rigid insulation and a cap sheet, and they heat weld it together at 1170 degrees. We get a 20-year NDL, no dollar limit warranty off of those products, and we'll be there for a really, really long time. You'll be very happy with it. These are details, section cuts throughout the building, telling the contractors what to do and how to do it. This is some additional details showing what is also discussed in the structural drawings, but these are some additional details associated with that and section cuts through the building. This is that little small storage structure that we discussed. And then these are your exterior elevations, and it reflects the modifications that we've made on the exterior. We didn't make any, we didn't pull any masonry. We did not remove any masonry off of this building whatsoever in order to do what we're talking about doing. So anything that looks like a window to you or anything that looks like a door to you is in an existing opening, masonry opening. And I would also say the same thing between the convention center space and the administrative space. We did not remove any masonry in there. So we left as much, well, we left 100% of the stone masonry uncontaminated on the outside and on the inside of that structure. These are window details, door details, boring stuff. You're going to be here until 2 o'clock in the morning anyway, so I'm going to rush through this. This is our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing sheets, and so we hire professional mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineering consultants to do this for us and to keep me out of jail. So these guys are a lot smarter than I am, but that sometimes they want to draw a square box, and sometimes I need it to be round. So we work together to develop this set of plans. We have exposed ductwork in the conference center area, and it will fit between the ceiling joist space that is already existing there and the spiral duct wheel. This is much more complex. The ducting and the venting back in the administrative areas is much more complex, as you can tell.
And Brian, you have water to the fountain?
No, I do not have water to the drinking fountain, although we run all of our water overhead anyway. And so if we needed to drill in and figure out how to get that fountain in there operational, then I'm sure we could.
Has it been unobstructed now?
Yes, we relocated the columns, one on each side of the water fountain. We sure did. We would like to recommend, and don't know that I noted it on these plans, but we would like to recommend the removal of the air compressor box that's in the southeast corner and just preserve that and keep that as a relic in another portion of the building. It is in moderate conflict with the column that we have. So it's one of those things that gets worked out in the job site. But point being is that gets retained, the fountain gets retained, the light fixtures on the exterior get retained, get refurbished. It's called out in the mechanical, electrical, plumbing consultant drawings for all that to be done, with the exception of I did not authorize anybody to put any water in the fountain. That's showing.
We need a working fountain.
Do we need a working fountain? you have sinks in both areas. You have multiple sinks in both areas. And actually, if you read the Texas Department of Licensing regulations, they say that as long as you provide access to water and have water available for customers, then you're fine. This is a rooftop unit showing the rooftop placement again. Pretty boring. Oops. Details. Oops.
Are we gonna, and I'll just cut to ask this question. Are we gonna get a copy of this? Because I certainly couldn't look at it here. I mean, I'd need to look at it again to see what questions that I have. I'm not gonna come up with too terribly many questions here, but I likely would if I look at this.
Well, you bring up a good point. Is didn't council ask, and maybe it got forwarded on, just said you reached council for a copy of this 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when you were giving a presentation, just so we can look at it.
This wasn't done 2 or 3 months ago.
We had the
I-
3D drawing.
Yeah.
You had the 3D drawing. And I thought council at that point asked, hey, can you get a copy of it so we can look it over and make any modifications before you got too deep into it?
Oh, I thought,
I never saw it. I don't know if anybody else.
well then, we got authorized to proceed with construction documents before you authorize us to proceed with construction documents, then evidently, but, Troy has a copy of this in Dropbox format, and he can share it with anybody he wants to. And
Because looking at the.
as he did in the presentation drawings as well.
Sorry, on the site plan for when you gave it a few months back, the backside, by the storage shed, I thought it showed quite a few parking spaces, like 4 or 5 spots. And I think now it's just down to 1, looking at your, the 2. Did we lose some, did the storage building get bigger, or did we lose some?
No,
I thought there was more spots there for guests going to the convention site.
we did not change those drawings, and I have about 6 of them here. I don't know if one
Okay.
represents the parking lot or not, but, so these are the E-sheets, electrical sheets, boring stuff. I think I had a question from one of your city staff concerning where the electrical panels are, and those are located. There's this riser diagram associated with it. Your panels are right in this area. So they're in the administrative area of this building. The meter base and the disconnect are on the east side of the structure. And so that's my presentation. I do have some of the pretty images because I figured that was something that you might still be interested in. So I brought those. But boy, how do I get back to that particular spot?
Which one?
How do I get back to where I was? Where my disc was? Cause I see my construction documents. I'm in your page right now.
It's on the folder on the very bottom.
Click on here.
Is it that one?
I've got pretty pictures. I brought like 7 or 8 pretty pictures as part of this disc. But I just don't. So I may have to go through these one at a time because they won't probably scroll like the others. So that's the inside of the conference room right there. So none of these drawings have really been altered since we met with you because we began to focus intently on the construction documents, the final documents associated with this.
So these are the same drawings that we were presented with last time, or they're updated to what you've updated with taking columns out and all that?
These, we didn't
Yeah,
remove
they're
any columns, but these drawings, these match what our construction documents match as well. So this is showing your break room in the administrative area. This is showing the door going out to the north to the parking lot. This is your front entryway, and a small desk for your city, the individuals from the city to come up and register online or to do what they need to there in the entryway. Exterior rendering showing the awnings. Exterior rendering. I think that might be what all of these, the rest of these may be exterior renderings. So you can see there's a small area back over on this side of the building, so there would only been 2 spaces.
Brian, the slope of the storage building, why are we sloping in towards the parking spaces?
Let me come back to that, just say when I hit this last one. Okay. So you can see those parking spaces there. So the slope of the roof actually slopes in to quote the alleyway. Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
The reason is because somebody else owns this property right here. So,
It's a good reason.
yes, sir, typically. But that is my presentation, and certainly be glad to answer any questions if y'all have any questions, or go back to any document that you might have any questions on. But we are prepared to issue those as and have issued those as a final set of construction documents prepared to issue to construction managers at risk in order to work with the city on a final budget number and proceed with construction if that's where y'all are. So at which time y'all decided to head that direction, we are prepared.
Joy, can we get a copy of everything sent to us, please?
Yeah,
Thank
this is
you.
the first time I've seen them.
Yeah.
They do look awesome.
Will you send the presentation from last time to us too, please? Thank you.
The Dropbox link has the construction documents on them. That's what I'd say. So there's Dropbox links of the construction documents, and then the pretty pictures. If Troy can't find that, then I can certainly re-email that to him for distribution to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks good, Brian. I like it.
Thank you, guys. We tried to do the best job that we could and protect the historical integrity of the structure and keep as generous of an open space as we possibly could for you guys. Thank y'all for the work, and let Troy know if you have any questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move to the public hearing section of the meeting. And the first item on the agenda is number 3, public hearing regarding recommendations for amending ordinance 14.02-6 downtown district overlay requirements and boundary. Anybody like to speak in opposition to this?
Or support.
Informational?
Or support.
Or, well, I go opposition first. I like the best for the last. Anybody want to go with a proponent of this? All right. Thing up here, we'll move on if nobody wants to say. Y'all all clear what that is? You've looked at it, Rich, everybody? All right, item number 4, public hearing regarding recommendations for creating ordinance 14.02-7 Biloxi River Housing District overlay requirements and boundary. Any opponents? Anybody want to speak for it? Number 5, public hearing regarding recommendations for creating ordinance 14.02-8 Wolf City Housing District overlay requirements and boundaries. Anybody? Number 5, public hearing regarding recommendations for amending schedule of uses, chapter 14, appendix A, part 3, alcohol sales, and part 5, educational and institutional uses, and part 8, residential. Anybody like to speak in opposition? Informational against it? All right. I'll now close the public hearing section of this meeting. City Council is going to go into executive session now in accordance with the provisions of Texas Open Meetings Act. Subchapter D, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, annotated in accordance with Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney regarding personnel matters, consultation with an attorney regarding interlocal agreements. And when we come back, we will cover those issues if necessary and begin our consideration for each of the individual items discussed. So right now, I'm going to end the regular meeting at 5:55 and recess to executive session, and we'll get back here as quickly as we can.
Well, you said you had it, so if you have it, I'll need you to use it.
I never deleted things. I'm like, I don't remember seeing it.
Need that in writing?
Yeah.
I didn't see.
Walking a single? Wow. She didn't get that from my basketball days, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well,
Well, you too, but good
It's
growth.
the great equalizer.
We're doing Valentine's lunch.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
I will take that to her.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm ready for baseball. Mavs just turned the world on its head.
Don't say that out loud. We gotta throw you out.
We have somebody grieving still.
Dude, it's a shaky place in my household. I'm in a lot of trouble.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna go back into regular session at 6:31 PM, a regular council meeting. And, the executive session, directing, staff to move forward with interlocal agreements with the county and discussions moving forward in those matters, and no action on personnel matters. And we are going to item individual items for consideration. What number are we on? 11. All right, individual items. Number 11, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the recommendations for amending ordinance 14.02-6 downtown district overlay requirements and boundary.
Dan Streeter, Chair, P&Z, 205 Southwest Bernard Street. If you remember, in our last meeting, we approved the original downtown overlay, but we hadn't put any regulations against it. We just approved the boundary. In some discussions with Troy and Councilperson Demetra, and then some feedback from Melinda, who's Chair of Preservation, we kind of looked at the decision to maybe expand what that boundary actually looked like from where we first started. So the idea of the boundary change is that we would come down Bernard Street and pick up everything to the end of where Rivercrest is. And that we would go the other direction, and basically it's kind of finding a good line between Oakdale Park and what's on that building and Big Rocks, et cetera. We kind of landed on using Shepherd as kind of a boundary to come down Shepherd, come down to the river across Bernard Street there. And part of that was that as we start to really enter the downtown district and the historic district, we want that lead in coming along Bernard Street to be appropriate and compatible to what the historic square looks like. And so that was our rationale for going ahead and expanding out the boundary a little bit farther, especially in the interest that Rivercrest might become developed sooner rather than later. We want to not have that just doing its own thing and then cross from there to the independent living apartments, which are in keeping with the area to Benares Mill and then on into the square. So that was why we thought about changing the boundary that we had originally voted and you guys had approved. The key things that we put into as the regulations was some basics that actually are very complementary to what the historic district already has, which is about primary orientation being towards a public street, entrances being clearly defined. If you're going to have an awning, because it's appropriate in your design, and keep in mind anything that's in the historic overlay still has to go through the COA process and go through preservation. It's the things that are outside of the historic overlay. We still want to keep things compatible with what is available. And awnings are present throughout the historic district, so awnings being allowed in the downtown overlay district made sense. We've talked through building heights, and the biggest thing that after much discussion, with some of the commission members, is that we wanted to make sure that we're not allowing building to obscure both our famous water tower and also the courthouse. And so if you're talking about a building height, Washington DC, nobody's allowed to build a building taller than the cupola on the Capitol building. And it kind of like, there's some logic there. The same with Austin. You can't build so that you can't have your landmarks, important landmarks, obscured. So that's kind of where we came to the building height ideas, is that if you are in line of sight of the water tower, you can't block the line of sight. And if you are in and around this downtown district, you can't be taller than the base of kind of, I call it the cupola on the building, but I'm sure Ann can tell me the more appropriate architectural term for what that is up there. We went with the building widths, loading entrances, and the key thing on the exterior building material is that it's got to reflect what's already here. So the wood siding, the limestone, petrified wood, fieldstone, things that are traditional in the building in here. And in this area, we're saying, hey, if you're doing a metal building, because it's cheaper, you still got to put a facade on it to make it look like it's a historical building, not look like it's a fresh metal building, to keep in with that. And again, if it was being built with a historic overlay, it would have to go through preservation. So they may have their own opinions on that. We had originally had something about sidewalks being 8 feet, but research was done and the latest and greatest of ADA code is 5 feet. So we went with that, not trying to over. And so, but the key is that if the sidewalk that you're adjoining against is larger, you have to make yours match which is already there. So if there is an 8-foot sidewalk, you're gonna build an 8-foot sidewalk. If there's a 6-foot, you're building a 6-foot, but you're not building anything less than a 5-foot.
If there is no sidewalk,
You still,
they could do 5.
they have to do 5.
Cool.
Do those sidewalks have to meet ADA compliance? In other words, ramps if they're at the end of a curb?
Yeah,
So
they're
that's
definitely-
all in building code, and so yes, they would have to. So the fencing, we're saying no chain link fences in this area. And we're saying obviously no barbed wire or razor fencing is allowed in this area, because again, what we're talking about is, trying to make this downtown area tourism friendly and appealing. And so obviously, if residents already have chain link fences or if businesses have chain link fences, they're grandfathered. We're not going to make anybody change anything. But if they're tearing something down and rebuilding it, or if they're doing new build or anything, we're saying, hey, that's what we're saying. No on these. So any questions on that stuff?
I think a number of these things, well, at least the barbed wire, we might be preempted by, the legislature's change for the Freedom to Farm Act, where we could not, if someone has an agriculture use inside this area, we couldn't preempt them from fixing, repairing, putting in place.
Fixing, repairing.
Fixing and repairing would be allowed if they already had it. Building, that's not a use permitted in this area.
I think you'd be preempted. You'd be preempted by the Freedom to Farm Act.
Okay, well, I
Just guessing. Look, I'll tell you straight up, I'm not in favor of this, so I'm not.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's why I bring it to you guys, and you guys all get to make final decisions.
I actually have the opposite question, not the opposite question, but kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. And I just thought of it. We have it going to Rivercrest right now, which I get, but eventually it would be lovely if people coming down 67 turn into historic downtown Glen Rose from either direction, right? And right now, I'm not the Cleburne way, not the Stephenville way. That turn into historic downtown Glen Rose looks neither historic nor downtown. So would it perhaps be, I was gonna say prudent, I don't know what the right word is, to actually go ahead and extend it all the way down to 67 so that we don't have a second verse same as the first, where the other turn into historic downtown Glen Rose looks like it looks.
So,
I just thought of it, my apologies.
well, actually you didn't, because you did bring it up in the meeting that you, Troy, and I had.
But I didn't think it through that well.
That's okay. That is one way to approach it. Another way to approach it is to put those two end parts into the 67 overlay, because of, again, which we haven't done. We started to discuss it in the P&Z meeting, and then we decided that we needed to step back and look at a lot more other ideas before we could present a 67 overlay to you guys. I mean, to me, I'm here bringing a thought process to you guys. If you want to extend the boundary, extend the boundary. I don't necessarily, I mean, I can justify easily going around and doing it. Because you're taking the street, Bernard Street, and calling that our entire downtown area that we want to make sure is tourist friendly.
Representative
of the square area, et cetera. At the same time, when we do make that turn coming off the Cleburne Way, it's already built up as a very commercial.
Right.
And so keeping it more in line with what's going on in 67 makes some sense too. I can go either way. So that's a decision you guys are gonna make. I can fight for either side. The big thing that if there's not a lot more on the building architecture stuff, the big thing is about the permitted uses. And this has been a conversation that I know Troy has had with all of us a lot, which is how do we make sure that we keep this diversity in the options of shopping and restaurant and everything that goes on in this downtown area. And I've looked at a lot of different things, and we've spoken with attorneys, and the only way you really can get to this that doesn't make an overwhelming amount of paperwork and inspections is to put everything in special use permits. And that means that in the special use permit becomes your development agreement. It becomes, so you can talk through parking conditions, you can talk through everything that you want as a condition of that business being allowed in as part of your special use permit, specific use permit. But it also has a hindrance, because that now means that no new businesses can come in without having a conversation first. I couldn't find a middle ground. If somebody else has a middle ground that they found, I'm all ears. But what that basically does is we took anything with accessory ag use, alcohol sales, commercial, recreation, entertainment, and then specifically, we've said those sections of our schedule of uses as a collective would all be specific use permit in this downtown area. And that includes the historic overlay area, the lot. It does not include residential or anything of that nature.
Question. So we have a designation for historic downtown that has different things that it can be. So are we saying we just change all of those to S's? That's the distinction there?
So remember, you've got your B2,
Right.
your B1, B2, and B3 underlying zoning are all encompassed in this overlay. as well as residential areas in this overlay. So what it is basically saying is that anything in this overlay will be specific use permit if it falls in our schedule of uses under one of these categories.
Okay, so it still has to meet the category that's already allowed there. So if it's not allowed there now, it's not allowed there in the future. But if it is allowed there now, then we have the special use permit to
Correct.
approve track. And all the, no changes to code and ordinances and requirements, anything like that. It's just the thumbs up to move forward with that business.
Right.
Got it.
Other questions?
Thank you. My brain froze for a second.
So say that one more time a bit about the SUPs, how that's gonna work?
So this overlay district encompasses residential, it encompasses B1, B2, and B3s as the underlying zoning. From our big chart of schedule of uses, that stays the same. But in anything that lays in this overlay district, if it is allowed per the schedule of uses for their underlying zoning code, and they're in the overlay, then the overlay, if it's one of these categories, turns it to a specific use permit needed.
And by these categories, you are referring to C?
We're referring to C. I mean, we can do the entire chart in here and put everything individually listed. For the sake of paper, we kind of, in discussion, we kind of said, the way our schedule of uses is broken out into subject matters. So in these blocks, it would do this. If something is not allowed in the underlying base zone, then it's still not allowed in the overlay. But if it's allowed in the underlying zone, then it
It's
would be.
allowed for consideration.
It's allowed for consideration. And keep
Got
in
it.
mind, the reason we do, other than B3 is very specific to this zone. But you've got B1s and B2s all over town that we don't want to impact. So creating it as a specific use permit in just this downtown overlay, we're allowed to put a little bit more restriction on it that we don't want to impact going up and down 144 or going up and down 67.
Yeah.
So that was the only way that I found to get us to that, so that a discussion could be had on, is that the right business in this zone, in this area? And if it's not, then guide them to the right area of town we want them.
I could see those extensions being a part of your Highway 67 overlay easier than I can understand this.
Okay,
Just from the standpoint of there's development to be had potentially.
sure.
What do we want it to look like?
No, I'm with you. So the River Crest is probably the biggest one that we sat here and said, we've got to get it under something so that we have some decision and talk about what should that be. And so we said, because we already have the downtown in play, let's put it there. Because wouldn't we want, based off our comprehensive plan, wouldn't Rivercrest be ideal in either some type of a housing, some type of a recreational, some type of a tourist draw? And putting that on 67 takes away from that, which is why I pushed it to downtown. But I understand what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, George. I'm just, when I look at what that
If we
land
can
looks
walk from the
like.
sidewalk from Big Rocks to Rivercrest and kind of have the same, that's experientially.
I mean,
So
keep
that
in mind that most
consistent.
of Rivercrest is actually in base flood elevation. And so the development of that land is already,
Restricted heavily.
well, they have to
By nature.
do some extra engineering studies and go through some FEMA things. They can build on it. They're just gonna have to build the building, if it's a permanent structure, above floodplain. They'll have to stilt it or raise it or put a parking garage
think that's
first
2
and then
feet.
put it, you know.
2 feet above base flood elevation
Yeah,
now.
so they're gonna have to do something different with it, which is why, I mean, I don't know that we wanna see a big grocery store there.
Right.
I don't know that we want to see a Home Depot there. I'm just throwing out the most obviously wrong thing. But I do think that we would like to see a complex of some sort that may be a mixed use housing and restaurant and entertainment, some type of a river walk, a park, things like that. And to me, that just felt like it belonged a little bit more in our downtown tourism area than it does on our business development. That's the reason I went with it. I could be wrong, and I could be, you guys can all get to vote and tell me I'm wrong.
But don't we want to kind of step up our business development look broadly?
I do, which is that's where it would go under the 67 stuff. But is it, what we would allow in 67 is very different businesses than what I would think we'd want to allow on the river.
But either way, it's an SUP.
We don't necessarily have an SUP on 67 businesses. Well, because we haven't designed the 67 overlay. So that's why I'm saying that. You might want to put all of 67 in an SUP. I don't think you do. I think that might be too detrimental to development.
I have extremely mixed emotions on SUPs. On one hand, kind of like you said, it's nice that we can use it as a bargaining chip. But on the other hand, I don't like the restrictions, and more importantly, I don't like that each one of those every time has to come before council to make a decision on.
I agree.
And guess what? The business owners who want to move in think about that too.
That's
I know.
try
It-
to create a standard so we can avoid that.
I agree, but I couldn't find another way to allow us to keep control of diversity in this small area.
I think where we land, because I had the exact same split the baby concern. And the thing is, we can try this, because if we don't do anything, then we can't undo what gets done. So we can always try this. And if we find that it's just too much of a hindrance, we just aren't having success with it, we're having businesses say, no, thank you, we can always undo it. But we can't undo 17 metal shanties getting built on the river. And then they're there, and then there's nothing we can do. So that was my thought in that exact conversation when we first started talking about it was, gosh, how do we do this until businesses feel confident to come here? That's a hard thing to do. But conversely, how do we make sure that the businesses are just throwing something up and leaving, that we're getting the right stuff here? So we can try it, and we can always undo it.
I would think anybody that's gonna build a decent development is gonna come to the city anyway. So, initially the idea with the overlay district was to expand the downtown square, right? Because it's already built out. You wanna expand it a little bit and go into other areas for redevelopment that you encourage to be commercial versus putting up whatever, a 2-story Airbnb. But, it does have some validity to go down and get a really, and we heard it in the Next Move Group presentation, for instance, about the river, how utilizing the river is an asset that maybe we haven't utilized in the past.
And our comprehensive plan, same.
Yeah, and walkability, when we think about how great it is that we now soon, once Big Rocks sidewalks are done, we'll have a walkable river walk and Big Rocks area to the square. That's pretty awesome. So to be able to go the other way has some merits.
I just have significant reservations when we put these type of restrictions on individuals. That's me. Individual property owners.
Are you more comfortable if it was smaller, that it didn't take in parts of Rivercrest and so it's just around the downtown district?
Probably, yes. And then if Rivercrest wanted, we could do something similar for the Rivercrest and along the river to 67, including undeveloped lots. Which, what are there, 2 houses? On
Is it
stilts?
possible to create a river district?
can do anything we want,
And
so
separate it from the
downtown,
downtown
we
district.
could do that.
So if we envisioned our this is where we have to start, right? You start at the end. So when you close your eyes and you envision our downtown, what do you envision people doing and where do you envision them doing it? So that's the question. And then that has to then drive, that vision drives what we do to get to that vision.
So let me ask a question, George.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the concern about the specific use permit, or is the concern about hey, build something that's compatible to what we already have?
I would love to see build something compatible to what we already have. My concern is the government overreach
Okay.
piece of it. That's
Okay.
that's
I'm
where
with
I'm,
Because,
but I want to see something that is compatible with what we have
and compatible is loosely interpreted, so,
because that's what we have.
well,
But that's what section A and that's what section B is, right?
right, that's that. So we could go back to we'll adjust the zone. So where we originally had our zone on this, it was from Hereford all the way over to like basically Storybrooke, and we kind of zigzagged around. If you want to keep to that original plot and put this in place with the specific use permit requirements, et cetera, and then we can go back and create a river overlay that kind of wraps one direction and look at 67 overlay and where does that need to wrap. We could take this and stop at Hereford, we go ahead and expand out to Shepherd Street so that we're picking up. And the thought was, put the community center in it, put Lily House in it, just so that it's all kind of there. Keep that in the downtown zone, but take Rivercrest and from Hereford down out and create a different zone just for that. I mean, we have ways to do this. We just need feedback from you guys on what you want.
And I think this, in my mind, this along by the Biloxi to the west should match what you have that could be happening around Sycamore Grove
Okay,
and on around that way. To
Okay.
me, those are two very undeveloped pieces
Sure.
of property. Let's imagine what we could get with that in the future and have them be separate from what is our downtown.
okay.
And here, and I don't mean to pick it apart, I really don't, but the Adams house is not included in this, as best I can tell. Because it looks like it comes along,
Can you share with us what the Adams house is?
Bull Adams house
Oh, yeah.
on Cyclone
Hereford,
Street.
yeah.
Yeah. And what I would probably consider a nice older Victorian home right next to it. That,
True. We were looking at this one more from its commercial lines as opposed to its residential lines. That's really where some of that divide was, is that we were trying to keep as much of the residential out of this. But there's no reason to, we can put them in.
to me, those are two homes you'd want to protect,
Okay,
just speaking out loud.
no, I hear you. Well, here's the really good thing. You guys can change the boundaries in this meeting, and then we'll redraw the map to match those boundaries.
For y'all, I would just say for what it's worth, I've talked to multiple realtors and developers relative to Riverbend Crest. Everyone that I've talked to has it imagined as a tourism engagement location. I haven't had one talk to me about a business, about, a tire shop or what have you. So I can't imagine that they would want to be perceived as outside of historic downtown. You want the benefits of being a part of this particular area that we spend a significant amount of money marketing. And so if I'm building something there, and again, 3 realtors, 2 developers I've spoken to so far, they're all doing tourism or talking about tourism type. Now, don't know what actually happens. But I can't see them saying that they'd like to be bifurcated from the historic downtown. And so that was, again, when we were talking, closing my eyes, envisioning, we've been working so hard to get Oakdale Park and Big Rocks connected to us, and we're almost there. These folks are going to want the same thing. Very likely. And if they don't, we can always change the overlay and remove it. But if we do that, we're just thinking about, then that connects. It's future. Who knows when it'll actually happen.
Keep in mind, I mean, we already brought one overlay, we brought one overlay to you guys with a boundary and said, we don't even know what we're gonna do with it yet. We're just starting the process. This is month 2 of the process, and we've made some progress. I am perfectly happy to say, let's find the compromise that makes this entire council go, yeah, I'm comfortable with this. Then let us go back and propose some other ways to approach next overlays, because we're gonna eventually have to overlay most of the town. There's only 4 square miles, but it's a lot for us. I would like to listen to more feedback from George on what should the 67 overlay look like? What should some of these other overlays? And he's bringing up the point.
Yeah,
We
that's a
haven't
big
even
one.
considered what we're doing coming along around Van Zant Street and how we're gonna protect that. So I'm more comfortable saying, where do we bifurcate this new proposed overlay to make everybody comfortable with what these regulations are? And then let us move forward with some other proposals next month. I seriously doubt that in the 30 days between now and then, Rivercrest is gonna suddenly start pulling building permits. So that's my suggestion.
I also think it would be a potential good idea to take, like if you wanted to leave Rivercrest out, you could always put it in a TERS along with the land right at the end of 67 and West Bernard at 13 acres or 16, whatever it is. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And do it a TERS so that you're incentivizing something that you really want. You know what I mean? Rather than making everything go into an SUP.
Right.
Just,
Exactly.
you need it.
I like
And
that.
I think that's a
Yeah.
carrot in the stick
Yeah, I
that we
like
talk
that.
about.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
More
So if
carrot, less stick.
if we take that whole from Rivercrest around and draft that into its own overlay with its own schedule of uses that are very specific towards the tourism element, we don't need a specific use permit requirement on them then. I think that's the best approach.
And create a TERS.
Right.
The TERS would allow us to specifically indicate what we want there.
You could incentivize what you want. So
But could we require can we disallow what we don't?
yeah, you just say we're only gonna incentivize certain things.
There's a difference between though incentivize and disallow,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because if somebody's getting the property for the price they want, then they may not care that we're not going to incentivize.
So in
So
the
it has-
schedule of uses,
Yeah.
we can allow and disallow.
Okay.
And then to drive even more specifically, you create the TERS to say, hey, we really want a bowling alley, movie theater, restaurant, child's thing, and here's the incentive on top of that. We say it's allowed in the schedule of uses, so you're fine. But if somebody was wanting to do
An RV park.
Chicken ranch.
yeah, something like that, we say, yeah, not allowed.
Hey.
Poultry farm.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
You know, if they were wanting to do a shopping
Cheap
mall,
eggs to it.
if they were wanting to do a shopping mall, we can say, it's kind of allowed, but we're not gonna give you anything for it.
Oh, see, I don't want that. I want,
Yeah,
no, it's not
I'm
allowed.
trying to give examples.
Yes, yeah. No, I'm saying, I don't like that. I don't want that solution. Because again, folks if they can get the property for the price that they want.
Yeah, I think that
Then
in the
us-
schedule of use, we're very
Yeah.
specific
I'm good
about
with that.
what we want there.
Yeah.
And that, then you guys can have a whole separate conversation about incentives. That's just my 2 cents. And we all know that means nothing until you guys vote.
Or table.
Or that.
I'd just say I'd be better with that. This, even though it may be what it could become in the future, I still think there are linkages outside of, up to 67 that could be included, in this, that may not necessarily.
On which side?
On
Well,
Hereford you're talking about?
I'm really thinking more towards Sycamore Grove, but
Mhm.
I think that the two of them
So
could be similarly situated.
if we went to Gaither on that side,
Say it again.
if we went to Gaither on that side, that's right at Big Rocks.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's also
Include Big
right,
Rocks.
it's right where the parking lot is for
Yeah.
the water district.
Yeah.
It's a perfect spot to tie in there on the east end.
Include Big Rocks, include Hopedale Park and their property. And then come to the square, come down Cyclone Street to the river, including Bernard's Mill. Cut it off there,
You
go up.
want to cut it off between Bernards Mill and the independent living?
That's what I would think. I mean, because
Okay.
independent living is what it is.
Yeah,
It's
that's fine.
not going to be changing.
If you cut it off right at Mary Lynn, that does encompass the assisted living, but
Yeah.
it's a square point because of the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah, you could come down to Mary Lynn, go across, come down, go up Cyclone to
Quit calling it cyclone.
Hereford.
I know, for those of us that that don't want it to be a cyclone
You want
street.
to, so you want to
Up
connect,
here, Ford. Up there.
so
Thank you.
you want to connect behind
Same.
where Cedar Dead ends, kind of just take us straight from Hereford to where the Cedar
You
Dead
trying to
ends.
in my house?
Yeah, it would be, I guess, right? I just
Oh,
think
then I have to
that,
recuse
I just
myself.
think that, the Adams home,
It doesn't,
It's
none of these
historically
regulations
significant.
affect residential, so you don't have to.
Well, if it doesn't affect residential, then why are we trying to get Bull Adams and
because we
such
would
in?
want to protect it. We'd want to protect it from being taken out, right? This allows us to protect it from being taken out because it is a higher threshold to redevelop.
It could, we need to reword some things in here for that, but we can come back and amend that.
Well,
to
does the
make sure
future,
that
the
happens.
future zoning map does not have those, they wouldn't, if somebody came and said, well, it's residential now, but I want to purchase it, one of the things we have to look at is what's the future use say, the future use of those
And I
remains
wanna add
residential.
A two-story addition here on the north side.
We would protect against
Okay.
that.
Okay, got
We
it.
That's
protect
not
against that
stone.
because
Got
of
it.
building heights, et
That's
cetera.
metal.
Thank you,
And
got
I'll
it.
maybe throw brick on half of it. What do you think of that?
And then I get to look at it.
Oh, yeah, that's like
So I
a great
understand what it's
idea.
funny, and I just need to
Okay,
make sure that
got it.
I believe that what we have in place will take care of all that. I would just want to double check it. And if we need to or add any terms, that would be okay. But we very specifically, in fact, we had that discussion about some of the building facade stuff that we didn't want to leave it as just commercial. Because we wanted it to be something like that, so that a person couldn't build a metal home.
Yeah.
Block your view of the water tower.
So
Okay, that works, I got it, thank you.
Yeah. So what's our action?
Do you want to approve what you revised, you gentlemen, I was trying to track and look at my thing, I think I marked on mine what you're talking about, but do you want to state the revision comments? Jordan?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, yes. I would make the motion to approve the downtown overlay district with the following revisions. Take in the district at a common line down Mary Lynn to the river, inclusive of the property that is the assisted living. Bounded by the river on the south side, all the way to Big Rocks, to a point across to Oakdale, including Oakdale's vacant lot, and then adjusting these boundaries up to Walker Street, head northeast go up Hereford Street to Walker Street, go northeast across in a line, including the 2 homes,
No property.
Okay,
3 homes,
Do I have
4
to?
homes.
I'm gonna,
Because that's my property line, so I should really quick.
George, you said Walker. Did you mean college?
Because it's.
I'm sorry?
You said Walker. Did you mean college?
No, Walker's,
No,
yeah.
Walker.
Okay.
Not college.
yep, no, Walker.
Walker's 2 streets up.
So the
Mhm.
the boundary along behind Whiskey Woods would go in a straight line
Mhm.
Right,
to line up to Walker Street on Hereford, at the intersection of Walker and Hereford, not including any homes on Walker Street. Come down down Hereford Street to what is the point of beginning on this map.
got it. I think I've got this. I'm gonna,
Or
when I redraw this map,
Like,
Yeah.
say
I'm
that
gonna
again.
send
Go
it to
to
you
the-
and make sure you agree.
Can you
I got
repeat
it.
that one more time?
No.
I second.
I've got.
Oh, wait, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't.
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilmember Mann. All in favor of the overlay? 4-0 abstentions. 1 passes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 12, discussion, consideration, of possible action regarding recommendations for creating ordinance 14.02-7 Biloxi River Housing District overlay requirements and boundaries.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you that this is the one that I was passionate about. This one in Wolf City, and the details.
Please hold your opinions, just get facts, ma'am.
I would like to hear her opinion, sir.
That's for you to discuss.
The Biloxi River Housing District overlay and the Wolf City Housing District overlay, everything is in the wording is identical. The only difference is the boundaries. So for me, one of the things, and George, you and I have talked about this a lot, is workforce housing, and that's the official wording. So it's not affordable housing, it's not, but workforce housing is a thing with HUD. And so one of the things that we looked at is that these are 2 areas of town that are where some of our most at-risk residents live. And some of them, the landlords are dying off, no offense. Some of them are ripe for being sold. Some of them are in conditions that condemning or tear downs are potentially happening or should happen. So to not have these particular 2 spots in town become overly developed, to keep it down more into what is workforce housing, we wanted to create these overlays so that one, we would allow, and we've got to do some extra work in this because we want to allow tiny homes and we want to allow some other things. But what we don't want to allow is that modern housing gets developed here. What we don't want to allow is that people buy up multiple plots and then build mega mansions. What we don't want to allow is somebody comes in and brings a very old, rusty, and replaces one falling apart mobile home with another falling apart mobile home. So I targeted these 2 areas, is where we should first start, is kind of doing some things. The other thing and reason for these overlays is that these are 2 overlays that there's no reason short-term housing, short-term temporary rentals, Airbnbs, VRBOs should be there. And so that's one of the prohibited uses. So instead of where in the downtown district, we said these are the permitted uses, this is, but they're with SUPs, this is a no. You, even though it's a B1, B2, R3, and they're allowed to have, in our schedule of uses, they would be allowed to have short-term rentals, we're saying no in these 2 areas. Okay? So
Just shut down.
that's the intent of these 2 areas, is to kind of work our way through and make sure that we keep what we're calling workforce housing available. The controversial things in here is going to be the mobile home issues. So by federal law, mobile homes have to be dated 1970 or younger. When you think about a mobile home that was built in 1970,
I can tell you because I know one.
there's a few. So we're saying, and we're not saying you can't bring in an older mobile home. We're saying that, hey, if you're going to bring in an older mobile home, if you're going to bring in a mobile home, 5 years. At the most, it's got to be 5 years. If you need to bring in something older than that, you got to come to council for a variance. We're not saying no to it. We're just saying, let's make sure that what's being brought in is of quality. And that's what council can do. So that was the big thing on this one. Everything else is kind of the same thing we were doing everywhere else. Building materials got to reflect what's right around you. And in those cases, metal buildings do exist. So if somebody wanted to build a metal building, they could. We're not saying no to that. We did say that razor wire and barbed wire probably shouldn't be there because, again, we're wanting these to be family oriented. But we're allowing chain link fences because why wouldn't we? This isn't a tourist area. This is about taking care of our most at-risk residents. And so we said no bed and breakfast, no cabins, no industrialized housing, no private street development, no short-term rentals. And that's really the purpose of why these two overlays exist, is to keep some of that stuff out so that it doesn't drive up housing value. And it doesn't take out rentals.
So why are we continuing to include mobile home?
Because for our workforce housing, mobile home is sometimes their only option.
So that street butts up right against the river, and it's it's a beautiful piece of property. Why can't we push mobile homes away from that area? And I'm gonna be honest, my brother lives on that road, and I know that this would not sit easy with them.
So perhaps keep it at what the Wolf City housing, because there's not that river, because we're sitting here talking about the river.
So this would again be, let's talk about moving the boundary and put Paluxy Street into a new.
That'd be great.
But I think that once you start looking at it, anything that is a HUD-approved manufactured home, you can't exclude.
Correct.
So to that, and now help me understand, you're gonna know this better than I will. So why do we have to have that area be workforce housing? Why can't it be in one of these protected overlays and push that away from this area? Like, I know that you said you arbitrarily chose that area to protect the integrity of some of the neighborhoods that are there and the people
Well, when you
that
look
live
at all
there.
the streets in there,
Even
you're
just the
correct.
Paluxy
Paluxy Street is different.
Right.
However, keep in mind, Paluxy Street also houses the very large power transfer station, which has
I
affected
know.
property values.
I know that.
So
Yeah.
so I didn't necessarily, yes, you're right. Look, I looked right on the trailers. That is my view across the river. Should some of those trailers be demolished right now? I don't actually know what the inside looks like. I don't know if it's actually condemnable or not. It looks from the outside, some of them should be. But I did take what that whole little neighborhood is. And so again, somewhat arbitrary, we just took what is that neighborhood. We can move a boundary, but when you start going into some of the streets in the interior of that area, it's a different neighborhood than what Paluxy Street could be. But you're limited because a lot of people aren't going to want to develop big, mega, nice, whatever you want to call it, on Paluxy Street because of the power station. So the fact that the power station exists is what made me include that in this overlay. It's just my thought. So I can let anybody do anything.
Can I
It's
ask
not my
a
job to say no.
geographically challenged question?
Yeah.
Since Paluxy the overlay and the Wolf City overlay, what if we just took the Wolf City overlay and extended it to Paluxy Street and then we just had one overlay?
You're on two. Well, you could. Let's see here.
So we're still gonna keep calling it Wolf City overlay though?
No, we can
You gotta
change
make a
it.
new, you gotta make a O with your other hand. So
We
could
can
that,
change its name.
could that make it, I mean, would that just, cause I'm looking and it's pretty like puzzle piecey. So why not just pull Wolf Hollow?
Come on, D.
I got a lot of things
The
on
new
my plate.
Tiger City.
Yeah, bring it to Paluxy Street and just boop boop and start with that.
We could come in behind the property lines on Biloxi Street. How about that?
That'd be great.
And then this guy would just go, would it make sense to just stay one? No.
My question here, Pam, is why are we eliminating all short-term rentals and B&Bs? Could we do it as a percentage of units or a percentage of, and because I honestly don't know if we have any STRs in here.
There was one, there was actually 3 at one point, and they've kind of eliminated because there wasn't any draw for it. People didn't want to stay back there. I think from my standpoint, is one of the conversations that we have had, that you guys have had, and it's been publicly spoken about in commission meetings, council meetings, is that the short-term rental takes away from our workforce housing. And homes that could have been rented that have gone into short-term rentals has driven up rental prices. And so by not allowing them in this particular area of town, which isn't necessarily a huge tourism draw in this particular part of town, just keeping them out should allow more rental properties to become available for our residents. That's really the reason. In the conversations of, by the state, anything that's an R1 is we have to allow to have Airbnbs in, but by an overlay, we can stay not in this particular section.
But what you just said kind of validates the point. The market has eliminated those STRs.
You're right. But it doesn't mean it will stay eliminating those STRs.
Again, I go back to the same thing.
I got you. George, you and I have had many conversations. I am just proposing something. Ultimately, in the end, this is just what our thought processes were as the P&Z Commission. This is what our research has led us to. This is me presenting it to council to say, hey, this is what we're recommending, but ultimately, this is your decisions.
Do you have a definition for what industrialized housing and private street
Shipping
development
container.
is?
Yeah, in our ordinances, industrialized housing is shipping container housing. And private street development is when developers take over the streets and the city is not,
Thinks about just
does not own that.
and make it, yeah.
Still going all over the place.
Well, that's what they were saying, but that's another
Don't they
proposal.
into that?
That's an alley.
How does, oh yeah, I didn't know that was an alley, so that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah, so that'd be behind the Plexi Street. And workforce housing, whenever we did have that group come in and tell us, do we need affordable housing? They actually said that we don't need additional
I assure
housing.
you, as a person who has employees living in my hotel because they can't afford housing around here,
Mhm.
there is a rental need between 800 and 1,200, and you can't find that in this town.
So by doing this, do you think that that's going to open up affordable housing as opposed to what everything is priced at right now? Because
I think
I
it's
don't
a
know if that's
start.
enough zone in order to build enough surplus in order to drive rental prices down?
I think that's a stopgap. I don't think it's gonna make more affordable housing. I think it's gonna keep us from getting less affordable housing.
Mm.
So it's by doing this, I don't think it's gonna suddenly flood the town with affordable houses. But I do think if we don't do this,
Mhm.
then the market's gonna
As
get even.
each lot
Yeah.
and the houses that are, somebody buys a lot and then they tear down and build.
You're thinking it's gonna be a multiple family home?
Well, it would be.
I think
it
it's
would
going to
a-
be a more
$300,000
expensive home
Mhm.
if we don't come up with a way to protect some areas of town.
Mhm.
Then, every housing development is 300,000 plus right now. We don't have anybody, other than Brian Watts, who's doing the duplexes, along 4th Street and a couple of other places. Everything is over the mark of what our tourism employees need.
Mhm.
And if we're gonna be a tourism town, it's really hard to find employees that are willing to commute 30 miles and show up to work for $10, $15, $18 an hour. And that's generous in the pay.
So Pam, you're gonna know this better than I do, but if I'm looking at the, farthest boundary lines for the city, is there some way to move that affordable housing, the workforce housing, toward the end of the city limits as opposed to like Wolf City? I consider that pretty much in the middle of town. And so, is there any way to push that out as opposed to having it like up against Biloxi and into Wolf City?
If you look at what we call the Wolf City Housing Overlay, that back part of that is the town line.
Mm-hmm. But you've taken in a whole lot of geographic space in that overlay. And so can we make that affordable housing be butted up farther to the end of
You
it?
can change the boundary and make it a smaller zone. This is coming up behind, in front of David's, following Austin Street, in front of David's, Sam Houston. that's kind of where all of that is.
I wonder, the area where they built the duplex, is it duplexes? Behind like
yes.
where Whataburger is and everything.
We haven't gotten over to that side. We just started this.
Oh, I don't have,
So we're
I'm
open
not
to
like,
any recommendations
yeah.
of where we need to address.
It seems like this was a starting point because this is what it already is.
Yeah, that's all this was. I'm happy to rip up and say, okay, let's leave Biloxi River neighborhood, this whole thing out. Just take that whole thing out of play. And let's look at the Wolf City boundary and rename it to something more suitable.
Fire City.
No, Wolf City.
no, yeah, you gotta keep one.
I'm serious.
Wolf City needs to be Wolf City.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I literally would say, based on where this conversation is, we take this, ignore it for now. Take this and say, where do you want this to exist?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
That sounds like where you're leaning towards.
That's correct.
Okay,
But I guess.
But I want to protect those areas, like if we
we
can,
have to protect
yeah,
it a different way, we just don't know what that is yet.
thank you, Pam. That sounds great.
That's all I'm saying,
Yeah.
we'll go back to the drawing board
Yeah.
on what is that protection? Meaning, we're gonna give you a phone call and say, what are you thinking?
I love
Where
that.
are you giving, what do you see this as? Cause this is not just us, this is, a lot of this started with conversations between Dee, Troy and I.
Oh, Pam, I'm not mad at you, and I think it's a great idea for us to
If you guys
visit.
have some different ideas,
Yeah.
I would love a workshop with you guys,
love
one-on-one,
that.
and I say one-on-one so we can get it done faster than trying
Sure.
to schedule a formal workshop.
Mhm.
Seek all of your opinions so that we can draft it into something that kind of meets what we think we all want.
Oh, yeah, I
I'm
agree.
on board.
Me too.
But how does, I guess I'm not drawing the connection. How does this impact workforce housing?
The idea is that it's a starting point, by not, and the key thing here is, okay, build something that looks familiar size-wise and material-wise, that looks similar to what we already have there. Then don't allow the use of that residential area for things that take away from our residents living there. That's the key. That's all it is. That's all we've done.
So it's keeping, you've got a house with a property value of 120,000 and then 3 new places come in, they knock down what's there, they put in $400,000 houses and now you're out taxed on your property. And then those 3 houses that got knocked down, somebody who worked here could have been able to afford them, but now somebody who works here can't afford them. So again, it's not going to flood the market in any way.
But we
It's just
also
gonna help
had
protect a
other
little bit.
ideas to add to it, such as doing some tiny home development, doing some other things that we needed to do some more research on, because the state has certain regulations about tiny homes. And so we wanted to go back, and I actually have 2 of the commissioners are working on it and researching it to come back with some ideas to add to this.
See, I could see that, given the dimensions of these lots are
Right.
43 by 75.
Yep.
So you can build a tiny home on 500 square feet. So on some of these lots, you can build 2 or 3 tiny homes, but we have to have certain rules written right. And we didn't have everything in place. So we wanted to bring the basics to you first with the idea that we would add to it. As we got more research done, as we read more into HUD, as we did a lot more, we would add other ways that it could then explode some workforce housing in this area. That was the idea. Gotta start somewhere. I have to take the small bite of the elephant, and this is what we bit. We can delay this whole thing until we get the rest of it, or we can go forward with something of this nature to start, or some variation of it.
I say move forward with the Wolf Hollow one.
Wolf
City.
Oh, man.
Guys, I apologize. Bitcoin on my brain. I'd say we move forward with the Wolf City one overlay and as is, and then we can come back with revised recommendations and additions and adjustments from there, but we've got something started. And
If
then
all you
nothing
wanna
on
do
the
is
other.
lay out the boundary and do nothing else, you can do that too.
So that would mean we're on agenda item number
I'm sorry.
Eight.
Old number.
12 and 13
12.
actually would be.
Oh, we gotta go all the
So
way
we're on
down.
12.
Thank you,
12.
sir. We're further ahead. Thank you. So on,
12 we can table.
thank you. That's what I was trying to find out.
13.
What I have is nowhere in this order.
I don't either. This is.
Page 27.
I'm on the private packet with not, 13 is
Oh, that's
recessed.
why. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'm scrolling going, I can't find, okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I
Thank
see
you.
what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
The one from the web.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the, right. So
Page
overlay
27.
requirements for 8.
So.
Okay,
if you're
so
on the
8, we
private, yeah.
can, on 8, we would table.
Well,
The Paluxy River
Paluxy
Housing
You have to go
Direct
by this one.
is,
You have to go by.
Oh, we have to go by the,
Here.
I'll be quiet. I'll let somebody
There
else
you
do
go.
it. It's
Okay.
okay. Go ahead.
So,
it's 12. Plexi is 12.
right. Here, there isn't no more. You can have it. Just don't. Here, take it.
So
Oh,
we're
thank
going to table the Paluxy River number 12 to talk about the boundaries further
Organize it.
at a later
Right.
meeting. Okay.
Yep.
So now we're going to consider item 13. And that is discussion, consideration, possible action regarding recommendations for creating ordinance 14.02-8 Wolf City Housing District overlay requirements and boundaries. We've discussed it. Any action?
I move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilmember Brenning. All in favor? 4, all against? 1, passes?
Did we have a comment?
Question.
Yeah, Owen.
Mayor, and council members, may I respectfully request that we leave item 16 following this vote?
Yeah, I can do that.
You don't want to hang out?
Bedtime?
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you're a pastor. You don't do anything except on Sunday.
Correct.
All right,
Thank you.
Mayor, I know we have other things. I'm happy to step back. I'm
Yeah,
ready
just
for
for
the
a
schedule
second,
uses to allow
Thank you.
that item to happen.
Appreciate it. We're gonna move to item 16, discussion, consideration, possible action on the city-owned property at Mustang and the Methodist Church building. Troy, you probably looked at that document more recently than I have, but what we have is coming up Mustang Street. At one time, that street was to continue up the Rock Hill and to wherever. They don't even align. And no street's gonna go through there anyway. So the city, in looking at surveys, Lee McGee and the church, saw that we owned a 150 by 100 strip,
I believe it's 50.
50 by 150.
No, I think it's only 100 deep.
Okay, 100 deep, 50 wide. That was to be,
I'm not certain. I don't have the survey.
yeah, this was one of the good old boy Mustang Street was gonna continue through. And so the church, in order to get to ADA classification for their building, they would like to acquire this strip of land that we've had somewhere down the line, don't know how. And Troy and I went, looked at the property, we see the size of it, we see what their concerns are. And my opinion is, as a piece of real estate, it has very little value to us. And I'd like council to action on this to allow the church to acquire it.
So don't we, what I have been instructed multiple times in the past is that if we abandon, it's not an auction. If we abandon the street, we have to evaluate, we have to value the property based on the unimproved land of all the properties that it touches. And then you get your square footage value. And then you have to offer each property that touches it the opportunity to buy their half of the street. And we can't give it away and we can't pick a price. We have to value it just like we did with the street, just like we did with down at Gray Street. We have to value the property is, we don't get to pick the price. It's just of each property that touches it, unimproved land property, that's the average of the square footage. Then we have to offer to sell it to the people who touch on either side. If a person who touches on one side doesn't want to buy it, then the property owners remaining have the first right to buy it.
Is that what we did at Whiskey Woods?
Yes. Mhm. It's what we did down at Gray Street, going down to
To the river.
the river. Yes, sir. I don't even think it's we can decide whether we
choice.
want to abandon it and sell it. That's what we can choose, but I don't think we have the authority to do anything other than that. So then it could be, talking to the folks that,
Lee, do you remember who owns the land on the other side?
Church does.
oh, well, boom, there you go.
There's no other abutments from another owner
No, sir.
to that property.
Easy enough. Then I'm guessing they'd want to buy it.
Are you sure? Doesn't it go all the way up behind, Bob
George,
and
I think
Pam?
it stops before it gets to the top.
Before Bob and Pam's?
No, that dedicated road's gonna go all the way
Yes,
to
sir.
that road up there.
Gonna go all the way up.
On the church side, we go all the way to the road also.
On the church side, on the actual physical church property side.
That's
But
right.
where the old Boy Scout hut used to be is only a ways up that hill, and then Bob and Pam Miller's property is up there, correct?
I'm not sure. I've only been here 25
Oh, you
years.
can look on a cat.
I don't know where the Boy Scout hut was, but the church goes all the way up to the road above it. And then you have the dedicated road, then we have two 50-acre lots going towards, 50 feet, going towards the post office as you go up the hill. So that easement is separating the two lots we have in the church.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, so Mustang goes here. That's it right there, right next to the building.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just the, how we, that's how we'd have to do it. but that's easy. Yes, sir.
Chip, yes.
Just quickly, I think we, first up is it needs to be abandoned anyway.
Right.
So, but I believe we did best use on Whiskey Wood. I mean, I don't remember anyone else even.
They own both sides of it. That's why.
What about the other end?
At the other end, butted up against a street that technically hasn't been abandoned yet. So we didn't, I now own that property. So that property is actually on the street, but it was never technically abandoned. So technically that street still exists. So it was a city street, and so the people on each side got it.
And then the corner, isn't it a corner too? Doesn't that count?
But it was city to
It
city.
was
The
city
corners
to
were all
city.
on city.
What about but anyway.
He was on the north side of the street.
Right, my point is, if you abandon it first, there's plenty of, which you have to do. And
Right.
that anyway.
That's what we'd have to
So
do
there's
tonight.
plenty of time to research that in between now and then.
Right.
Because I think we did best use anyway.
We moved on from that.
Yeah, we have to abandon it first, and we can't sell, we can't give away. It has to, we have an abandoned street process.
Well,
But
It's
I'm
actually
in
Jim
support of
Bob.
it.
It's actually
Yeah.
Jim Bob Hawthorne's property. That would go all the way, if that street went all the way up the hill.
He's the next one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I support that.
I mean, we should have-
But you don't want that. You just want the bottom part.
that's right.
That's correct. The first 100 feet. Which is depth of the 2 lots going towards the post office. It's the same depth.
Okay, so we have a process to abandon the street before we can do anything. Troy, you familiar with all this?
Yeah, I mean, I just ran into this on some other sign, some other areas, and Stan's comment was could they either auction it off to the highest bidder or maybe do a economic development agreement where we grant them. So I think we would definitely need to be specific and find out.
And we need to specify that this is not property that we own, but a street that's being abandoned, correct? It's not property we own, it's a street that's being abandoned. Yeah, those are two different
Yeah.
approaches, so we have to make sure we're following the street abandoned.
It's a fee simple street.
Yeah, from the original plat, probably, however long ago that was.
Right,
Over 100 years.
correct.
And they just put a template over it. And so y'all own it fee simple.
Yeah.
It's not an easement.
No, it's not an easement, it's a street. Even though it's not a street, it's a street.
That's right.
As far as municipality is concerned, it's a street. So then it's not property, it's a street. So we treat it as an abandoned street. Which should be simple enough.
I've never.
And this is the
abandoned
reason,
street
and this is
before.
the reason why we do a consistent process so that there's not a,
What's the
why do you do it this way,
timeframe
that way?
to
We can do
file
it,
an
we can do it all in a single meeting, like in a meeting, if all the work is done ahead of time, we can have a meeting where we abandon the street, where they offer to sell, where they buy it. I mean, so it's when we're meeting and that's it.
Okay,
Well, we need to make a motion tonight then to just abandon the street, is that correct?
Well,
And
that's
make-
gonna be my
and make
question,
steps.
is let me look at how the agenda item is written.
well, it's not, doesn't even have a lot number.
Oh.
Not that a street would.
No, let me, see, it's listed as possible action on city-owned property at Mustang and Methodist Church building, so we can't take action on it because of the way it's written. So it has to be written as discussion, consideration, and possible action on abandoning XY street from here to here. And I can find where our old meeting is, and we can just copy that,
Okay,
for what we did whiskey. That was our most recent one.
all right,
And then that'll, yeah.
without any vote, does any council member have an issue of any sort? Regarding,
If Owen leaves, can I have his agenda package? Copy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll sign it for you.
okay, gentlemen, I'm glad you waited for all that.
I'm glad we moved
Thank
them up.
y'all.
So-
We'll table it.
Walnut Street is what we abandoned before, so I'll look at
That's
and
right.
see what we did on
Yeah,
Walnut
let's see
Street.
what we did on that.
Mhm.
We do have a case.
Grace.
Right, I was just doing whatever, that
Yeah.
Walnut was the last one, so we have two, yeah. I don't remember if I was here
Make sure
for
that they were
this.
done the same way.
No,
out of them and ours is not lined
Oh,
up
I did
right.
not realize that.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I wasn't just trying to hold you up. Ours doesn't match.
That was 2020.
Which one was that? That was 16. We're going back to
16.
14. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding recommendations for amending schedule of uses. Chapter 14, Appendix A dash Part 3, alcohol sales, and Part 5, educational and institutional uses, and Part 8, residential. You think I've been drinking alcohol to read that? Pam?
So I'm gonna start with a more easy one. We have, through other discussions that have been brought in front of council, we have researched and learned that our ordinances are not in line with the state ordinances for childcare. Where an in-home childcare facility, if you have more than 5 children, must be in a commercial zone, and you must live in the childcare facility to be considered an in-home childcare facility, and they are maxed out at 12 children. In our ordinance for in-home childcare, they have to be in a residential district, which then violates with the state. So we are trying to do some cleanup to ensure that we are in alignment with what the state requirements were. So that explains the education and institutional childcare facility, center or recreation. All we've done is we allow it in B1, B2. We've added the note for 5, which is what allows the residents to occur in the building, in their place of business. And then the same thing with under residential, the child care home, which already requires specific use permits. We've added the note for 5 to state that you are allowed to live in your place of business. That just trying to clean up to make sure that we're not
Out of compliance.
right.
I just had 2 questions. I think you answered it, so make sure I got it right. So when we say add in-home residence, we're not saying this can be in people's in residential property. We're saying they can live in commercial or business property.
Okay, so under 8, it's
Uh-huh.
that they can be in their personal property and have childcare
Okay.
in a residential zone. Under childcare facility and in-home childcare facility, which is under the educational, et cetera,
Okay.
we're saying in a commercial zone, you can live in the residence.
Okay. So that's my second question, is the child daycare home. Would they then be afforded the protections and the requirements of being a daycare?
So in a residential home, they're limited to the 5 children,
Okay.
and so they don't have the same licensing requirements. But we just wanted to make sure there's no
Got it.
confusion.
So, but as a city, we wouldn't have to treat them as a school?
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And an in-home in a commercial district, they're not treated as a school either,
Okay.
because they are still in-home. And in-home childcare is not not a formalized commercial business that has much higher regulations. So you're capped at in an in-home, in a commercial zone, you are capped at 12 children and you're not providing educational.
Got it. Thank you.
When you're in a full-fledged childcare facility that is over 12, then you can be providing educational assistance, et cetera, and that takes on different standards. And that's where the school bit kicks in,
I see.
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
Did Megan help research all of this?
No, I did it all.
Oh, you did?
I had this all in place before Megan
Oh,
was,
really?
Well, you sewed it up nicely.
Yeah, you did.
we wanted to protect.
Thank you.
Joe, I'm gonna let you,
Anybody have any ideas, any questions, motions?
all right.
Wait, there's 2.
Well, there is, but I would prefer to motion each separately,
Oh.
just because the other one has other
Mhm.
ramifications.
Okay, so then,
Make a motion to adopt the educational and institutional uses at Part 5 and Part 8 for residential as it relates to daycare facilities.
I second.
Second from Councilmember Schultz. All in favor? 5-0 passes.
Thank you all. So as we were doing other research, we have some definition problems that we are going back to cleaning up. And one of those definitions is brew pub. And so we have felt that in light of what is going on, that we should have a brew pub, which is part of a manufacturing and distribution, that we allow it in some zones that are not just industrial, because we're not talking about mega industrial stuff, but we did feel that perhaps a specific use permit should be in play in other zones so that there is a bigger conversation about what that actually is. So that would be the removing it from B3, which is the square, the immediate square, and then putting B1 and B2 to SUP. Just so that more dialogue could occur with it, because there is manufacturing of alcohol involved in a brew pub.
You know how I feel about SUPs. I kind of already said it earlier,
I
so I'm not a fan of SUPs just because, I mean, there's a place and a time for them, but I don't want to see us keep overextending SUPs to where every thing comes before council.
Well, so then let me go ahead and throw the other one out there, because it's about the retail off-premise sales. We have 3 liquor stores now. How many more do we want? So we were throwing those to SUPs too. Not denying them because we're not allowed, but saying, you got 3 on 67, do you want more? Kind of like the car wash situation, so.
Is that the retail dealers?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, and on your notes on that, you say remove from B3, and it's actually in B2 on the current.
Thank you. So, yeah, so that was just, I'm sorry, that was a copy and paste. It was just in B2, change B2 to SUP. The retail and malt retailer off-premise only, SUP. And then the wine package shop in B2, SUP. And again, not saying they can't be there, just saying we have 3.
in 4 square miles.
That was our option of how to control some diversity.
I like it.
I do too. I like it. I like both.
So all of those alcohol things, I thought you guys can discuss. It's a joint thing because it's all booze.
And what's the difference between retail wine only package store and retail wine and malt beverage retailer?
It's a licensing from a
Off-premise.
TABC.
Okay.
It's all it is.
So,
Everything that has a symbol, anything that TABC gives a license to, we copied into our schedule of uses so that we just were covered.
okay.
And the only thing we're saying is off-premise only, meaning if it's a wine bar where you're drinking and you're selling bottles of wine, we didn't say no to that. We just said, if all you're doing is a retail, walk in, get a bottle of wine and leave, that's what we're saying, hey, we've got 3 of those in town.
So a
And I thought about
retail wine and malt beverage retailer on and off premise with that license is allowed.
Correct.
But if you are off premise only, you have to be a SUP.
That's our theory.
So if you're a wine bar and I go, ooh, I sat here and had a glass of wine, I love this wine, could I take a bottle home?
Bull Lion.
That's on and off. Okay, Bull
Bull
Lion
Lion
is on and
an
off
on and off.
versus just a wine store or a beer
That's
store.
right. So technically, the retail wine and malt beverage retailer could be any of the gas stations. It could be any of the convenience stores. It could be a actual liquor store or a beer and wine store only. So we're just saying, hey, we got a lot of that.
Well, but you're asking for an SUP for the off-premise only, but the on and off-premise we're not.
Right.
The on and off premise is considered a more tourism draw, which is why we didn't put an SUP against it.
So it's not a store. typically.
not a
It's not a
store,
store.
it's
It's a,
When you walk into Blue
Yeah.
Lion, you're consuming beverages there.
yeah.
So if you then like the beverage you're consuming and you want to buy a bottle of it, sure. But it's a place where they serve food, they have things, it's a tourism. It's a residential benefit too, but it's also a tourism benefit. So we didn't want to limit that because it was an entertainment, it's a nightlife thing. But a straight up store, we said, how many do we need? So
But then the inconsistency of a wine-only package store, only in B2 with an SUP.
I can fix that. We can put it in B1 and B2. I don't know why it was that way. It was just, we overlooked things.
Oh, okay, okay.
Joe was on the council or the commission with me.
I remember Pam doing that too.
This was a lot of work at that time.
It was.
Yeah, as long as you have the wine and the,
So, yeah, if you're saying, I would say make the malt liquor off premise and the wine only match it. So put it both in B1, B2, SUP is what I would say.
That sounds great.
And the same with the retail dealers off premise, put that in B1, B2, SUP, so that they just, those three match. I would have no problem with that if you guys made that adjustment for me.
so I move to approve as presented with the change of ensuring that the sections that have wine and malt match the sections or the designations of wine only
In the retailers.
in the retailers.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Freeze, all in favor? 5-0 passes.
Thank you.
Pam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Until next time.
Okay, 15, discussion, consideration, possible action on approving a survey for the Expo property to determine easements. As you all know, you know what this is covering, the sale of the Expo, we want to gain easements on the utilities that exist within the parking lot, RV lot, and we reached out to get a bid. The bid was $5,000, same company that surveyed the parks. This, the purpose of this is to go in, do a survey to mark the utilities and then present it to the owners of the Expo to gain easements on those utilities, just in case.
That's the entire property?
The entire property excluding the buildings.
Okay, yeah. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say where we have utilities located.
So,
Uh,
go ahead.
I'll make the motion to approve for a limit up to $5,000 for the survey for the Expo's easements to be determined.
Hey, can you change that and do a plus or minus 5%? It may go a little over 5,000, you know.
That's fine, that's fine.
Okay, you'll have to do that though.
Plus or minus 5% on the 5,000.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tim Conrad. Tim Conrad. All in favor of Tim? Were you up?
Yes, I was.
5-0 passes. We'll proceed with that then. 17, discussion possibly take action on semi-permanent temporary roadblocks for the north side of the junior high to use for recess hours, which during school days is between the hours of 11:45 and 1:05 p.m. Stuart?
This is my agenda item. A couple weeks ago, one of the SROs that came up to me and he said they have cones there to put when the kids are going back and forth just during that 2 hours. And sometimes a car might come through there and he's got to run out there like, hey, stop. And so I said, well, let's think. And we sat there and talked about it. And what we came up with was like maybe a gate, kind of like we do at the high water crossings that we close. And they would just have them close just those 2 hours of recess, especially with the stuff that's happened like in New Orleans and things like that. Keep any crazy things from happening, and it'll be more stable than just having the cones out or having like temporary roadblocks that we use right here for our events. They would use it during the school days, the 2 hours that the kids are running all back and forth.
So you're proposing the city pay for those?
I would, yes. just seeing what y'all's thoughts are on it.
I love the idea.
Has the district been approached at all for compensation? Has the district been approached at all?
Not that I'm aware of. I just thought we could do it as a gesture to working together with the school.
Have we talked to the district about doing it?
I have, yes. In fact, they said they would come tonight. I said, no, it should be found.
I drove by it today to look. It's not that wide of a street. It's not gonna require, now, it's not gonna be restrictive to keep a car out if the car wants to go through. It'll be more restrictive to accidental entrance into the area.
So then we'll have the SROs will have the keys and they'll just lock it down when recess comes, and whenever recess over, they'll open it and lock it in the open position.
Just for clarification, you're imagining 2 gates?
Yes, sir.
And you said SRO had an incident. Is that the only incident that they've reported, or has there been multiple incidents?
It's just one time a car came, he didn't run nobody over. He just had to go out there and tell them to stop. But it's trying to do something preventative versus after it happens.
So I know
Yeah.
that section right there, I mean, that's a straight shot to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always gonna be like an adult or.
You know, the
employee.
SRO, that's another thing I said to them was, and so if it gets brought up that that's a straight shot to the hospital, they do have, they're gonna have their scanners obviously, and they could go out there and get it open when something's on its way there.
It doesn't have to be locked. It just has to be,
Mhm.
you don't need a lock.
It's gonna be locked
Yeah.
open, not necessarily locked shut.
Perfect, okay.
Buck, do you see any issue with that?
I do not. That's wrong. He reached out to me also as well. Talked to me. Said he could, I didn't see. I think it'd be a good idea.
I assume there's an easement because that's residential across the street from it.
On the end, yes.
We'd probably have to, I don't know, talk to them at least.
I mean, even if we put it at the start of Sticker Stadium,
Yeah.
I mean, that,
What is that?
That's a little park. That's,
Oh, you smart aleck.
but I
We
mean,
need to do some diligence to find out how much it's gonna cost and that kind of stuff, but we can at least say, let's proceed to move forward to figure that out.
Yeah.
Cause I have no clue.
I don't think it's gonna be like
I-
$20,000, but
Jim, do you have a guess?
it might be a
Yeah.
couple thousand.
Jim, you have any opinion on thumbs up, thumbs down?
We can do it.
Okay.
Heck, we go to the metalworking shop at the high school, have them make it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
I love
That's a
it.
better idea.
Just might
They
take a
could
little
put like
longer.
a.
Probably quicker.
So then should we just table to bring it back
I'm gonna
next
table,
week
Stuart,
with
if you'll,
that?
You can motion to not exceed.
I don't even know what the not exceed number should be. I mean, I'm constantly surprised by.
We'll table it. I'll get with Jim. I'll go with the school. I'll do some legwork on it for next month and we'll see what kind of costs we're at.
I
I
love
think
it.
that's great.
I love it.
And the school working on it would be cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna table item 17. Item 18, discussion, consideration, possible action on future street closures for various city events. Is this yours, Troy?
Kind of, yeah, but this is in relation to the second Saturday markets that we're doing, and we've got Spring Fling coming up, we've got Biloxi Music Fest. So the thought is, rather than coming back every month for a Saturday closure or something, we can just, I'd love to give Jim the authority to close these streets. It's necessary for the festivals.
Any questions, comments? We're gonna close them. It's just streamlines the process of it.
Mhm.
I make a motion to give Mr. Holder the latitude, or Administrator Hill the latitude to close the streets based on what was presented in the item.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Mann. All in favor? 5-0 passes. All right, item 19, discussion, consideration, and possible action on approving ordinances 2025-001 and ordinance 2025-0-02.
Yeah.
I'm trying to miss it.
I can't tell you. 37.
Yeah, 37.
Well, that's executive session.
Well,
I just think she's got an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
45 drive.
We, yeah,
Yeah,
agreed. We can go and come out, go and come out.
Yeah,
about
we
the
have to go to executive session.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to,
So not the ordinance,
uh,
so not the ordinance.
Not yet.
Hold off on that.
yeah, we'll come right back to that one. We're gonna,
Before we go to executive, can we finish these last couple of items and then that way we just hit them all at once?
we're gonna have to hold a vote here or what?
Hold on.
We're just trying to accommodate some of our new investors.
Oh, gotcha, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear.
You probably said it, I just didn't have my hearing aid turned
I
on.
didn't say it very loud. So we're going to, huh?
We're not item 30.
37.
Oh, we gotta go into executive before we can catch.
That's why I'm closing this.
Right,
section.
37 is executive, yeah.
We're going to close the regular town council meeting, recess into executive session. And that is for section 551.087, in accordance with the provisions of Texas Open Meetings Act, subchapter D, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, annotated in accordance with 551.087, economic development concerning the Glen Hotel. Shouldn't take too long.
We'll call it.
Thank you, George.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
My voice is deeper, it carried further. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
It's okay. We've been here up to 11 o'clock. So.
Yeah. You're gonna have to adjust your bedtime one Tuesday a month, buddy.
Yeah, it's not that time, 6 minutes.
Mine was 3 hours ago. Oh.
Okay.
We're back. I'm so ready for when I get a podcast, I'm gonna do all that. 37, oh my God.
Really? I think
A
that's
weekly
awesome.
podcast.
For like
Just waiting for
sports?
approval from Jimmy.
On what topic?
Going on Glen Rose.
No way. One word.
I want to, but I can't. But I am doing it.
What are you gonna do?
Next one, all kinds of stuff.
Okay, we're going to move our, back into regular session now at 8:55 PM. 1 hour past my bedtime. And through executive session, we were going to continue our regular session. We will direct staff on item number 37 to continue consideration and deliberation for incentives for the Glen Hotel. And where were we going back to here?
I don't know, because we got like two different ones.
I know.
19.
19.
All right, 19.
Thank you.
Michaela, staff will be in touch. Drive safely.
Hey, thank you for the consideration to move up. I was just gonna, stay at the inn or something.
Well, sometimes, that's what we do. We keep people late where they gotta stay in one of the hotels.
That's a good strategy.
Y'all need another one?
Thank you, Michaela. Drive safe.
Good catch.
All right. Number 19, discussion, consideration, and possible action on approving ordinances 2025-0-01 and ordinance 2025-0-02.
These are just cleanup items from our last meeting to
Oh, to
draft
address
the
it.
ordinances and make it official. Yes, sir. And we added on 01, except department heads and those employees. So that was the only change from what was sent into you.
Council want to hear these ordinances? You all right? You got it?
Can we read that?
I
Yes,
see the strikeout, but what was the ad?
the ad was from earlier today. Demetra came in and we discussed this and this wording made more sense. So it will go as follows. D, powers and duties. The city administrator shall, 1, supervise and coordinate the activities of all city departments, including the hiring and firing of, striking out department heads, and then leaving it as employees, except adding in department heads and those employees identified by ordinance or state law as officers of the city are hired by and fired by the city council.
Any questions and motions?
Move to approve as she read.
Second.
All in favor?
That was 01. What was the changes in 02? Sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
She hadn't got
good.
no to yet.
I'm sorry.
2 was adding in to the city council, letter C, powers and duties. The city council shall, 1, hire and terminate all department heads and directors with the engagement of the city administrator.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Who seconded, by the way?
Yeah, but you're gonna make it.
George second.
One and
I make it for 1 and 2. We're correcting to capture both.
I'll second them though.
Or second by Freeze. All in favor? 4, all against? 1 against, passes. Item 20. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the resolution to order the May 3rd, 2025 general election. We need an election. Someone motion?
I move to approve moving forward with the May 3rd, 2025 general election,
I'll
the
second.
resolution.
Second by Councilmember Mann. All in favor? 5-0, passes. Okay, 21, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding granting 2 additional floating holidays for calendar year 2025. Dates being considered would be 11/26/25 and 12/26/25. Obviously, the days after Thanksgiving and Christmas.
For Thanksgiving, it's the day before.
Oh,
Council, this is my issue. It was brought forward because I saw that the county is doing this for their employees, and I thought it would kind of be silly that if they're shut down, we're open. But being the way the calendar rotates this year, obviously the 26th is a Friday. It kind of made no sense to have the employees come back to work. We instead reward them with a nice long holiday, except for the person that's on call. And as far as the 11/26, that is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, in case somebody is traveling. But like I said, this is mirroring up with what the county is doing for their employees, so that's why I brought this forward. Any questions on it?
So it's just for calendar year 2025. I didn't pick
Correct,
up on that. Got it.
So if there's no questions for it, I'll bring the motion forward to approve this as presented.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Mann. All in favor? 5-0 passes.
Thank you.
Oh, you don't get paid. I don't know if you thought you get paid. Vacation.
Get the day off.
22, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding recommendations for amending Appendix A, fee schedule Article A3.000, construction and development related fee.
Stephen.
Gotta wake them up. That 6 minutes came away.
It did. So I've been doing a lot of research. Different municipalities that are about equal to our size and that are in our proximity. And noticed that we've been losing some revenue. We're charging $25, $26 for building permit. Most other municipalities around us are at $100. So I took pieces and parts from different municipalities and put it into a new fee schedule. That way we can increase our revenue for this.
And you compared all of those numbers, all of the fees, respective fees that we want to go up.
Yes, sir.
You compared them to where?
Stephenville, Fort Worth, Lancaster, Cleburne, Granbury, Ico.
Ico was above us as well.
They had a bunch that were above us.
That's okay, just in general.
Contractor's registration, building permit fees, the electrical permits.
When I'm looking at, I just want to confirm I understand this correctly. So let's say I'm looking at residential building permit fees. We see scrolling down to like first fixture, additional fixture first. We're talking about, these are all falling under new builds.
No, ma'am, that is under the alterations and repairs.
Wait, so if I am putting in, because residential units, first fixture, $40, additional fixtures, $3. So I'm replacing my sink faucet. I got to come to you to get a permit and to pay $30 to replace my $11 sink faucet?
That is only on the electrical.
Sink is electrical?
No, I'm
Cheaper.
I was in electrical.
Oh, sorry. I think
Okay,
so.
I am thoroughly
That is
confused
under
with
the
this thing.
electrical building permit fees.
You have an electric faucet?
Alex, does that count?
So then to change the example, I get a
A
$50
vanity
fan.
light. I get a vanity
I
light
get a vanity
for
light
$12.
for $12 and I'm gonna pay what?
It's not that you're changing the light, it's that you're putting the fix, the
The junction
the
box.
junction box, right?
No, that's an alteration or repair.
I really would like to see this broken out by new builds, existing repair. Is that what this is? I'm having a hard time reading this, I guess, because I'm struggling.
They don't have to have an inspection on just replacement, right?
No, not on replacement.
Okay.
This is talking about, basically alterations is an addition.
So let's say I decide that my light fixture in my, say 3,000 square foot kitchen needs a fan. So I take my light fixture down, put up a light fixture with a fan on it. I would have to get a,
No,
No,
it's a junction box is
oh,
being,
so it's gotta go to the electricity.
it's gotta go to the electricity.
Okay. Thought I
If
was a
you
bunch
are
of money.
decided in your 3,000 square foot kitchen that you want a fan over your dining room table and there's no light already there, you're going
Okay,
to cut
I got
in and pull electrical and put a junction box in to then hang a fan. You're messing with the wire.
Okay, I feel so stupid, Pam, enough.
That's what it is.
What's
Am
a
I the only
junction
one
box?
struggling to-
You want them to redo it some other way
I mean, am
for
I
us?
reading, if it's just me, cause sometimes
What I can
I,
read of it, I think's ridiculous, so I'm not, nothing towards you, I just think it's crazy.
I guess I kind of have a little bit of heartache as well on the short-term rental fee. That includes a yearly inspection. So currently we probably don't inspect, therefore we probably don't have a charge. But a $200 a year inspection for SDR. That seems tough on somebody who maybe rents out
15 times a year.
15, 20 times a year.
I mean, I know that we definitely talked about the need for impact fees and things of that nature of the new thing, the new businesses or the new building that's happening. That's why I think I just might want to see a distinction between services or even fees. So even maybe I'm not opposed to a fee as much as I'm opposed to a fee for somebody who's been living here for 30 years, whose house is broken, they're just trying to work on it, compared to the new guy coming in, trying to build that $300,000 home that's just going to bring new people into town anyways that. So
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take out, let's just leave in new builds, new construction for tonight.
Mhm.
I like that.
And then we'll go back, we'll look at the STRs and
Yeah.
the existing replacements. And we'll come back next time and adjust those.
So remove anything from here that's not related to new build, which then, George, that would
Well-
include the STRs.
New build for construction only or residential as well?
Anything,
Yeah, I
because
think
it's gonna
that's-
require.
Like a new
inspection.
home or a new office.
But we already have that. So we already have those fees.
right, and they're low.
That's what
That's the thing.
so that's what we're saying is,
We're
yeah.
just bringing them in line with other
I
people.
only say I have one piece of information. It's not gonna be that helpful, but when I visited with McDonald's during construction, their superintendent came out to me and said, this has been great. I sent you the email. This has been great. You guys have worked great with me and you're a lot cheaper. I mean, on some of these fees. That was from the guy building the McDonald's. So maybe we address them, we look at them, but can't we just do tonight for new construction?
Yeah, I would be comfortable removing anything that's related to not new construction.
Well, the only thing I would like to see remain that's in non-new construction is the electrical changeouts of the meters. If somebody's gonna change out their meter from 120 to a 220, I think it does need an inspection and does need
Well,
to
I
go
get
through the
that, just let
proper.
them come back to us with,
Yeah, we'll
just
come
pull it
back
out of this
next
for this
time.
purpose, but then let them include that in the
But if
recommendation
we
for
include
residential.
residential, where subs have to get their own permits already, this is just us scraping off the top. You build a 2,000 square foot house, we want $1,340 for just the opportunity to submit the permit.
Yeah.
The subs get their own on top of this.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's every municipality around.
I mean, and in an effort of, what we have heard from our residents time and time and time again is their concern about building too fast, not managing the growth, not managing the expectations. This is a way to help mitigate that. I mean, that's one of the top things that we hear from them.
2-year strategic goals.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
create and adopt growth management fees.
Yep.
Was one of the things on
Yep.
there.
so here,
But these aren't growth management fees. These are changes in a permit. A growth management fee, we had talked about, we were going to have some portion of that applied towards a park fund. We were gonna.
And we
apply-
did,
we
we
were
did
gonna-
parkland
yeah, we've
fees.
done
We're
that,
going to
yeah.
do some of it, but we can't do them because the legislature doesn't allow us to have parkland assessments, right?
They just changed everything.
On
Literally.
commercial, you can on residential.
Yeah, on
But
commercial,
we were
that's
doing
right.
impact fees, and that was something we instructed
Yeah.
Abra to help with.
Yeah.
I don't know where that ever went.
And I think the impact fees are still in the process with EHT. So that is over and above what this
But
is.
this is still the builder who's going to come in that's going to be putting up houses. It's a way to manage I mean, this is a part of what we talked about was,
So just for the privilege to build a 2,000 square
Yes.
foot house, you want $1,340.
yes.
Plus all of the other impact fees.
Yes.
Or all the other,
Mhm.
no way.
Cause that is to some degree going to help keep,
Over in other towns.
do what?
I say they're paying a lot more than that in other towns.
But I don't.
Is that correct?
Correct. I've got a printout from Granbury if anybody wants to look at it.
Yeah, let me see it, will you? This exhibit A.
That's their exhibit A.
You know, Stephen, I guess the question is, are we taking Glen Rose to a level quicker than we should just to compare to other cities? I don't consider the building fees and such as a profit margin that we want to build on. We want to be accommodating to new growth, new construction. And, you know, I don't see it as a line item for revenue. I see it as an accommodation, treat developers, treat people that are coming in. And even if we are cheaper than others, we probably went up 50% on some of these, I think.
Not really.
No? How well you
Most
think?
of the time it was $10 to $25.
Well, I mean, if it was a $10.
Yeah, 20, that's a
Well, that,
$25, same,
And I look at it as
$5.
in order to grow the city, we need more personnel as well. We need better vehicles, we need all this, and this is gonna help do that.
Great. Yeah.
That was one of the things that we talked about was that there are now folks that are moving here because of all the work and frankly, the taxes that have been paid by existing city residents. And so this was a way to say, so as this new stuff is coming in, these people are paying their way. So
So then you're advocating for lowering the tax rate when we get ready to do.
I've lowered the tax, I've lowered the tax rate every single time for every.
For 25, we're ready?
Let's
For
go.
25 as well?
I've voted to
I'm
lower it
ready.
every single time.
I'm ready, I'm down.
I've voted to lower it every time. Let's go. Yeah, okay, so then I move to approve as presented, excluding any fees not specific to new build, new construction.
I second.
We have a second from Councilmember Schultz. All in favor? 3, all against? 2, passes. And then we'll consider the other part later. All right, where are we, folks?
23.
Parking.
Thank you.
Let's go, get in there.
Veronica said it first.
Yeah, she's a paid employee. Wait a minute, 23?
Yep,
This
mhm.
whole thing's messed up.
23 of the paper one.
The park plan, the park plan.
Yes, park plan.
Town hall meeting.
Troy?
Oh, there.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action on setting a date for a town hall meeting to discuss a park plan.
Okay, so this is part of an effort to qualify for a grant for parks. And so one of the things that you have to exhibit is that the community supports it. So we would need to do some kind of public meeting, town hall. We can't really kind of comp plan because it's in arrears in the past. And so we would need to do some kind of survey. So, you know, we need to have some kind of public input and then do a survey. And, you know, the survey would ask people to respond, hey, you know, are you in favor of parks? What is it you'd like to see? Would it be a splash pad? Would it be more trails? You know, whatever. But we have to show this if we're going to qualify for the grant.
So can a piece of that be us use Civic Plus to send out a job form that has 4 questions? You know, what rate these things, you know, four or five questions with a quick response, plus then hold a public meeting. Because the public meeting's not gonna get us that many
No,
people
It's
probably.
not.
And we may not get, but maybe we get,
Between
Two different-
Facebook, job form,
we get two
text
different
message, yeah.
groups, maybe,
Sure.
to be able to validate,
Yeah.
have a little
So how
more.
much time do we need to have that town hall to get those surveys out prior to 3 months?
Oh, gosh, I wouldn't
Oh,
think so.
no.
No?
Yeah.
I think
Next 1
Next
month,
March.
maybe
Yeah.
a month.
I could construct, and I'll circulate, just kind of some ideas on what needs to be queried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're
So
saying
we're
March.
talking March,
Yeah,
That seems pretty
Yeah.
fast. A lot of ambition. in
late
this
March, maybe,
after spring break.
after spring break.
Yeah, how about
group.
that?
So how about,
2 weeks after spring break, whatever that is. I give people a chance to get
are
home,
we
get
gonna do it on
work.
a weekday or weekend?
Evening.
Generally, you do it on
I
a
think a
weekend.
weekday.
I think we normally do them like Thursday evenings is when we did our comp plans on like,
How about
no.
the 20th, March 20th? Well, that's in the middle of, it should be the 27th. The 20th is still butting up against some spring breaks.
Is this also gonna work towards a grant for the bridge project?
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
March 27th is what you said?
Yeah, is that all right? Anybody? I don't have anything that done, Dr. Levin.
As long as it's not on a Tuesday or Friday.
Okay. Well, we can always adjust it.
Either one.
So
Yeah,
let's not say the date, let's just, so how about I move to set a date for the town hall meeting to discuss a park plan tentatively scheduled for March 27th, but subject to change if needed.
Second.
Sorry, I stuttered.
Second by Councilmember Freeze. All in favor? 5-0 passes. Discussion consideration on number 24, discussion consideration possible action regarding the MS bike event. I guess this is mine. We are going to, we want to allow for them to use Heritage Park and use the, what's it called? The building,
Pavilion.
the pavilion for storage from the 30th to the, don't remember what I proposed. Rich, you had that? 4th,
Maybe
to
4.
use that.
4:30 to 5:4.
Also have overnight camping on the 3rd. And it would include a one night on the 3rd on-premise consumption of alcoholic beverage within the park. They will also have a band, live music, although they're reconsidering that since that's the same night as Cinco de Mayo, and we will have music. So just as accommodating the MS ride that we want to keep. Pam's worked very well with them. Rita's been working with them. Up to 1,000 riders in our town, plus VIPs and others. So I want to accommodate them. Also waive the fees for the rental of the pavilion.
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second it. Oh, Candace.
Oh, it's Dimitri.
Oh,
You
sorry.
beat me.
No,
Just a quick
Councilmember?
question. Do we actually have a schedule for rental cost of the pavilion?
Yeah, well, we don't. The county, obviously, the county did.
Okay.
And it was minimum 2 hours, and I believe it was $90 an hour, something like that. They didn't charge them. They gave a reduced rate as well.
Okay.
Yep.
But we do have one that is on the form that we sent them.
Okay.
We have a motion and a
Okay,
second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? 5-0 pass. Thank you. Consent agenda. All the items are considered routine by the city council and enacted one motion. There's no separate discussion on any of these items. We can vote to remove and consider them all at once. Anybody have any questions on any of these agenda items that they'd like to discuss specifically? Anybody like to make a motion to accept them all as a whole?
I'll make a motion to accept them all as presented.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mann. All in favor? 5-0 passes. We're all the way to staff reports. Jim?
I don't have anything significant to add when y'all read all that.
Son.
How can I help you with the the Bernard Street sidewalks. I mean, I will knock on their, we're this close to that project.
They are, I think everybody that I've talked to is in agreement. They want it. They verbally committed to signing it. I left copies of it. They say they're gonna sign it, but I only have 2.
Is it possible that I could have the names and phone numbers of those
Yeah,
individuals?
we will knock every door.
Oh, I will call them,
Coffee.
represent the city and say, we really need to get this done for the safety of our kids, you know what I'll say, but
Spring
if I
break.
could get those names, I'll call
We're
them
ready to
tomorrow.
sign right there, but I didn't have.
I can do that too.
And so. it
Who has the
has
names
to be
and phone numbers?
notarized.
Who has that?
I have.
Will you give those to me?
Yeah.
Just email them.
But you gotta have a notarized person to go with you.
Veronica, you're up.
Veronica, look at
Have a nice,
I wanna
beautiful,
go,
sunshiny walk.
I
Yeah.
definitely wanna go on this walking tour.
Okay, if you'd send those to me, we'll set an arrangement to go. Not that you, I know what you're dealing with, so I got nothing to do. So,
Love it.
anything
Do you
else
wanna
for,
come too?
we're gonna make it a
I
party.
think that'd be
They make it
great.
second.
You could answer any questions.
Lots of notes. I got one question that I don't know if it'd be directed to you or Stephen, but, certain areas on Bernard, obviously around McDonald's, the gas line mains that are out there, the gas meters, we don't have any bollards supporting them or actually protecting them. Did that get overlooked, or do we not have that in our ordinances, or, especially with the accidents that are on 67 all the time and the rollovers that are right there from people getting T-boned, so it's just a matter of time before somebody hits that gas meter that's at McDonald's. So, and I know we got some right along the rocks right on Bernard too. So, is that just
Is that an
Is
ordinance?
that something I don't know that there's an ordinance saying that they have to have that, but they do have some areas
some
where
places.
they have them.
at some places have them, some
We
don't?
might could just request it.
Railroad Commission regulates that, so you could probably reach out to them and say, hey, we've got this. Does this need to have bollards around it?
Well, it'd be nice if we can just do that, or I don't know if it's something we can put in an ordinance to
Yeah.
require, and then maybe even ask those previous businesses that did it if they'd be willing to step up and do
If
it.
even goes by the speed limit or something. I don't know.
I have no idea. I just know it's one of those things that I've noticed. That's all. I love the sidewalk project, man, that TxDOT's doing.
Mm-hmm. Good. Thank you for everything.
Thanks, Jim, appreciate it. Police chief, come on up.
Somebody went graph happy.
Like what?
Somebody went graph happy. Was that you?
Have you seen this package?
I tell
I'm
you,
like,
they
he
did.
wants us to
I got
know what
busy.
he is doing.
Well, but they're all from 2022.
Yeah.
So it's like,
A little bit stale data, but out there.
Sorry about that.
This is a question.
No,
for
history is
you
you've been
and
doing
or
it a long time.
One of you guys, we don't have a truck route sign north on 56, is that correct?
Right when you come in.
Are we to have one?
Troy,
That's not
remind me
only
to tell you about
through
a sign.
truck route. The sign, the legend that they gave us to work off of, but I have talked to them. And they said it's something they can work on.
Should I send an email to Sarah or?
I'll follow up on it.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Buck, thank you. Any questions, anybody have
None from
anything?
me.
Everything going good, Cody, making it all right?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question that I see you were assigned another, Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. Was that a case we worked or something again that was assigned to us?
I have to look at that one in particular. Sometimes it's CPS, sometimes it's Adult Protective Services. Just depends. It could be at one of the rest homes. It could be anywhere from priority 1 to 2, but it's neglect supervision. Sometimes I have to get involved, and sometimes I have to look at that particular one.
it was on your report for January 6th, if that's any reference for you.
And it might be a CPS report. I wouldn't be able to give too many details on.
No, I'm not asking. But was this something you worked or something you were assigned?
I was assigned, doesn't necessarily mean I have to go out to the field unless they call me on it. So I just get assigned to them and then I kind of play it. Just look at the case and depending on what it is, whether I have to go out or not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Buck.
Thank you, Bud.
Building and Planning Department report.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Just want to know a little bit about your fee structure.
I gotta say, I'm very impressed with
It's low.
the fire marshal's report. It looks like they have been extremely busy.
They have, and they also want to, in the future, add some fees into our schedule.
So that would flow through to them, the fees?
It would be us, and then it would work out what we're paying them out of that.
That'll be another
It would
discussion.
help offset
That'd
the
be-
costs.
Any specific questions, anybody?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you for getting the animal control thing coming up on Valentine's Day. The pet giveaway, that's a great idea.
Yeah, that was.
I'm glad to see something like that get out there. So thank you.
We're gonna try to have something once a month.
Excellent,
Oh, fantastic.
excellent, excellent.
We're working with Tractor Supply, and Christie's got a couple other ideas of some other places.
Great.
So we are trying to do our part on that, so.
Be good on Saturdays on the square or that second Saturday.
Yeah.
Set up some stuff down here.
Is there any way we could set up like a little hospital tent, do neutering and spaying on the square for low cost? I wish we had a low cost provider locally. We got more cats in my
For
neighborhood.
humans.
Well, I
When
wouldn't
the
go back to-
mic's off, I got a story for you.
All right, thank you very much. Rita Mae.
Tried to give y'all the report ahead of time and then get some more. It's always like more running stats always coming in, so. Any questions or anything you guys want to? No?
What's your general feel? How do you, this reach and views from Facebook and your reach and your views on Instagram? I mean, obviously you like that, but are you surprised? Is it low or high?
I think it's pretty high for the number of followers we have.
That's what I was guessing.
And I think it's because of, a lot of it, I think, has to do with the content that we're posting and the collaborations that we're doing. I know it's, you know, some people don't, the influencer stuff is always kind of up in the air. It's hard to gauge, but only thing, the numbers I can look at are the numbers that they feed me. If I believe these numbers, then.
Because when you go to
something is
look at your engagement numbers, you can only see your engagement numbers for things that that Glenrose posts. But if the influencer posts something, you can't physically see their engagement numbers. They have to provide them. Is that correct?
No, I can see when we collaborate.
Oh, and they tag you as a collaborator.
When we do it together, then, you
Yeah.
know, so the ones, just
Okay.
the ones, but theirs don't count on ours. So this is just ours.
Yeah.
What they're getting is another world of, you know,
Okay.
so they're getting comments and they're, you know, so.
Gosh.
But I think the main thing to look at is really the lowest number, because that's kind of the proud number to me, is the 1.2K interactions. Because a lot of people can get views, but it's really the liking, the commenting, and the sharing of posts. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but you know, I like a lot of posts. It's not often I'll share a post.
Yeah. That's what struck
So
me
that's
out of
pretty good.
Instagram,
Yeah.
30,000 views,
Yeah.
almost 3,000 content interactions. It's almost 10%
Yeah.
click rate,
Yeah.
or however you want to call it.
Yes.
That's pretty big.
It's pretty big. But I think it kind of correlates with the amount of day trippers that we've seen come over the last year, so it all makes sense to me. I think that what the marketing has proven to do over the last 12 months is definitely increase people coming to Glen Rose. Now, the next thing, of course, is converting those to overnight stays. I don't think there's any denying that a lot more people are coming to Glen Rose for sure. And I have to just, I have to think that the marketing has something to do with that. I know at this time last year, we didn't have any, we were just getting started. So it's pretty cool to see these numbers only 12 months into it. It's exciting, it's showing potential.
You know, one thing that surprised me with these top cities, while segments of Dallas, is there something we're missing in Dallas as far as maybe even radio programming that, we get Plano. Dallas is easy access to Glen Rose with 67.
The thing is that Dallas, they're all coming, but you want the people further away because Dallas
Well, I
will come,
understand
they'll
that.
just come for the day.
I'm wondering why we're missing a lot of Dallas on top visitation over the 2-year period.
In the number of zip codes that Dallas has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a single one of them represented.
Yeah, that's right.
It depends on like what you're pulling data from. Like DataFind will have their data, which is they're tracking phones, they're tracking, so there's a lot of different tracking. So that's where like the top these zip codes come from. And this is, it's from 23 to 25. So that's another year before I was even here. So, again, this is what they show me. So Dennis can give me his numbers and his top city might be Houston. It just.
And Dennis's Fossil Rim.
No, Dennis at our museum.
Oh, okay.
And he's counting hardcore people that are actually
Yeah, I
writing
just
their
found it
city.
interesting with the demographics and the.
And he keeps all his demographics. So it's really, but those people may not be people that are staying overnight. They might be coming for the day. They might, so it's just very,
Alan is calling.
it's
down
very
as well.
all over.
Do you have an extra one?
There you go, Rich.
You should. Oh, really? No, yeah, I've got an extra.
Pass this down to Rich.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I had them for sure.
Make sure I didn't write any notes.
Well, is that yours or?
Oh, you can keep it.
Stu, is this yours or is this next?
Huh?
Is this yours or next?
Just flip through there real fast and make sure there's no chicken scratch on there. That might not be the one I took notes on, but I took notes on something over here.
I think the one cool thing is like just seeing that, the reach is reaching a lot of non-followers. And I think that's because the followers are sharing, so that's really nice to see. I kind of think people are rooting for Glen Rose. A lot of the comments I see on these influencer reels, people will be like, oh my gosh, Glen Rose looks so cute, I've never heard of it, or I can't wait, I gotta try it, I gotta go, my kid loves dinosaurs. So I think it's just kind of the tip of where we can really go. It's good feedback.
Anything else, anybody?
Thanks, Rita.
Thank
Thank
you.
you guys.
Veronica, you have anything?
Just what I put in the
Okay.
board.
My first report in a very long time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sure all of you have hopefully seen the website redesign.
Yeah, looks
Yeah,
good.
I like it.
Good. I'm still tweaking it a little bit, but overall, I'm pretty happy. And then they're going to put out the development services subsites soon.
Okay.
That's gonna be awesome. That somebody can go and pull up a tab and be able to do it all
Yeah.
and have everything they need, a timeline,
Yeah.
the process. If they wanna replace their fan in their 3,000 square foot kitchen.
They can pay that $45 and buy that $20 fan.
Darn right.
Sounds like a beautiful idea.
We're gonna call it the George Freeze.
You know what we need? We need a Doge.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
I want to be on it.
Do we have any billionaires here?
Yeah.
Stuart.
Closest to it.
All right.
Alright. We didn't really talk about a year in review. And I'm not gonna take up much time, but I just wanted to hear it from, and I'm not a big picture taker, so I don't have a million photos. Anyway, but that's how it started out. Kind of Christmas of '23. We've done a lot of signage. We actually have billboards. As you come into our city, we have a billboard on 35. That's huge, you know?
And if you have not seen the billboards, they're very readable.
They look
They're
great.
easy. You look at Whiskey Woods billboard up near
You
ours,
can't read
you
it.
can't read it. It's clear, and that Dorothy sitting up there looks so good.
It looks so good. And we're incorporating golf, you know? So, oops. I was gonna play wrecking ball while I put this on. Truck route near and dear to Stewart's heart, but, you know, we've actually, I think, come up with a compromise that I actually heard from my friends at Rogers Crew today, wanted to take me to lunch, but I was too busy, so. Anyway,
Ask them for $1,000 for Christmas Town next year.
a spring fling.
5,000,
Spring fling.
even better.
So I think we have something that's working much better.
Except engine brakes.
It was,
Oh, yeah.
The engine brakes are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have an
That's an
ordinance for that.
enforcement issue.
We sure do. That's right.
2 tickets, I have not got anybody in a while. Occasional.
It's hard to catch.
Every
is.
morning, driving in front of my place.
But I think, you know, sometimes I think we get caught up on what needs to be done instead of what we have done. And I think, you know, when we look at Bait, who's rocking and rolling on that building, starting to take shape, that's gonna be amazing when these guys open. These guys are doing extremely well. And that all happened in the last year. Really gave us what's really one of our go-to places to eat at lunch. Community engagement, and this comes directly from the strategic plan. So what we've been able to do as far as engaging the community, I think is a good thing. You know, I'd love to see us do a park sport, you know, as we really get into these parks.
Yeah.
You get people that are really motivated to do that, and we want to find a place for them to serve. So our chamber is a place that I think we can improve on, you know, how we work together, things we're targeting. Honestly, I would love it if they would have an office at some point in one of our buildings, this one, if we have the room, you know? We had an eclipse, remember? Biloxi Music Fest. Now we're doing a spring fling around a different type of music, around entertainment. But of course, you know, I had to pose with Texas Girl, but you know, somebody's got to do those dirty things. So, you know, lights. We've obviously done lights on the square, but you know, just how much people have loved the water tower. The murals look awesome. We want to keep doing them. We want to find these photo op places. I've talked to Jim about one we can do potentially with a dinosaur coming out of a wall that somebody can build for us. That would be awesome. Sidewalks, obviously. If you haven't seen what the river walk looks like, you need to go down there.
Right.
We had flowers put in, so we had landscaping done. They look awesome. Obviously, sidewalks are near and dear to everybody's heart. They look amazing as well. Fortunately, we're in cold weather, but the plan is that we're gonna come in this week. You know, hopefully if the weather warms up next week, they'll be back. We'd love to get as much done before spring break as we can. So. And then obviously we added 2 great parks. I mean, that in and of itself is amazing. And the potential and what Jim's crew is doing is amazing. As far as getting the soccer field and Heritage Park really in shape. These guys have replaced lights. They've got all the lights at the soccer field working, which is much safer for everybody walking on the walking paths. Obviously, they're doing work with the sprinklers, we're treating all the fire ants. So I think our kids playing soccer are gonna notice a huge difference in a very, very quick time. And his crew has done amazing, so. And then obviously we finished up the year, I think, pretty strong with Christmas Town, and it was a success, and so many people had a part in it. And that's what a community is, right? So, I wanted to thank our staff for being amazing and putting up with me, and, you know, it's been pretty fun. So, look forward to 25 doing the same, right?
Troy, I can't walk somewhere without people stopping me and talking about the staff and you leading us and everything. So we've accomplished so much this year, and I want to thank each of y'all for doing that.
You guys funded it and you guys supported it, so we couldn't do it without you. Because I look right at George. You know, look, if you're not gonna spend it on things for the community, don't take it. That's true.
All right, folks, any council member have a report? Stuart, you got anything to say?
We have one more executive session.
Oh, we do?
One more.
But this is your chance to say
City
anything
business?
publicly that you'd like to say.
The Running Tigers scored the most points in school history tonight, 111.
Wow. Holy smokes.
Anybody else have anything they want to say?
One other thing, I've been engaging with the new owner of Sycamore Grove, just to kind of begin some dialogue with him about what his plan is. And if we kind of, form a park type committee or some park interest, I would think that he probably has significant interest, because we talked about the potential bypass and what that would look like, and connectivity from Sycamore Grove to downtown, and what that could look like. So just be aware that he seems like a great guy. I haven't met him. I saw him out mowing Sunday after church, and I honked at him. And then I called him today and I said, "Was that you out there mowing?" And he goes, "Yeah, you should have stopped by," and yada, yada, yada. So anyway, he seems like a good guy.
Is he a local guy?
No, he's an architect from Fort Worth. He and his wife, and I believe they have one young child.
We hung out with him at the tavern one night.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What's his name? Do you know his name?
His name is Austin Bewley, B-E-W-L-E-Y.
Very, very excited about making something that they eventually.
B-E-W-L-E-Y, yeah. I'll share his contact information with y'all, so you
Fantastic.
can have it.
He's the same guy with Allen Station, right?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have anything?
Same place.
I was unable to attend Text 21, but George had a nice trip down to Austin with the Text 21 group and banging on legislators' doors.
We made, and as a group, we made 70 visits with legislators as a group. We broke up into 8 teams and we made 70 visits. And my team I was with the lady from Government Relations with AAA, and we actually got to sit with 3 of the members, all 3 in the House. They, very first month of getting, organized. And so we got to sit with them and talk about, projects that are near and dear to our hearts, funding for the highway projects, funding, slowing down drivers on the highway. And then in the afternoon, we went over to speak with the chief engineer, Lance something, chief engineer from TxDOT. And he just opened it up as a roundtable. Tell me what's going on in your district, good and bad. And I sang Sarah's praises, that she's been a breath of fresh air for TxDOT with us and holding meetings. And that was repeated by several members who are in the same district with us, like Granbury. And he said, what can we work on? What we're here to be a partner, and what can we work on? And I said, one of the things we want to talk about is slowing down the trucks on 67, just traffic generally on 67. And he actually offered up that the district engineer has within their latitude
to lower speed limits by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but they need us to give them a little data. And so I worked with our police chief when I came back, and I've gathered up some of that data, but we still need a little bit more to kind of justify and show that we are making our efforts. We're trying to be a partner. We're working the speed zones. We're writing the citations. We're trying to slow down that traffic, because his point was, if we slow it down and the traffic the traffic pattern doesn't change, we haven't made any benefit. And I said, that's a valid point, but we have 2 officers, so we can't do it all on our own. We're gonna need some cooperation from a number of organizations. And he said, point taken, but that's what we're gonna be looking for. So I'm trying to gather that information, get it back to him in an email, and then engage the district engineer, who I think is Sarah's boss, and see about if they would do it without a traffic study, slow down the speed limits on the highway by at least 5 to 10 miles an hour. They have it within their purview. They're allowed to do it. Last legislature, 88th legislature, gave them the opportunity for district engineers to make those changes without a traffic study. So that's where we're headed.
Thank you,
And all that
That's
came from
amazing.
an afternoon meeting. It was
Wow.
Great.
It was a great time. If you guys are free, I drive down there, leave about 4 o'clock in the morning. We roll in, do the schedule, and out by 2 and home by 6.
Mhm.
It's not awful,
Mhm.
but it's a good organization, and the best thing about it is they schedule everything out for you. So all you have to do is walk in, say who you are, be confident, and make the ask, and then thank them for their service and walk out and do it again. It's awesome.
That's
Great time.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to close the regular city council meeting and go into executive session. And section 551.074, personnel matters concerning marketing and advertising administrator. So I close the regular meeting at 9:46 PM.
See y'all later.
You're not doing this last
Your
week?
button.
You got it?
Switch hands.
Yes, sir, that's fine. Pull the plug on.
I need some notes.
I mean, you need the job description probably.
Yeah, we don't have anything else in schools.
Oh, but you've already read it.
Unless you got the live.
I definitely.
I was thinking about getting a little tired.
My cousins, and I said, oh, I forgot to bring the eggs.
They're mostly all
$6
playing
a
that short
dozen.
corner game.
What?
They run the short corner all the time.
$6 for a
So wait, that is the most beautiful little baby right there.
Oh
Look at those
my
curls.
gosh.
For sale.
He,
For
no,
sale.
not me.
Not you?
Nope.
Well, that means it's gonna go over this way.
What is he
Okay, we're gonna
selling?
call a regular
Huh?
meeting of the city
Somebody's phone.
council back into session
Oh.
at 10:27 PM.
Oh, that's mine. Yeah, that's a little Peter Piper.
Oh, hold on, please.
Okay, action taken to discuss an executive session. We're directing staff, administrators to create a new position.
Creative marketing and tourism brand manager
And
with the job description.
job description noted under file 256.
As provided.
As provided.
Oh,
Okay,
Loopy.
Just so we'll call it one more.
yeah, okay. That is all the business we have. Does anyone have any closing items?
Thank you to whoever brought me the chicken
I'd
calendar.
like to have one of those.
I'll get you.
Defend the flock. I tell you what,
Thank you.
owning chickens is the thing to do right now, folks.
We got you.
We get 2 dozen eggs a day.
Y'all should sell them.
Anybody, hold on, anybody else need a wall calendar?
I need that one.
Ooh, I love
One, two?
Oh,
Yeah, I did.
All right, we are going to end the regular meeting of the city council at 10:28 PM.
Thank you.
Thank y'all, everybody. That's crazy.
That was a lot of stuff.
It was a lot of stuff. I knew it'd be late.